Hello. How are you, Spirit? Oh, remind me, please. Is it Woohyun? Is it Woohyun? His name? I know you put him as a recommendation, but I don't know if I got it. Woohyun, is it right? I'm loving the Spanish. I don't know how you do that. Because in here I have it. Why do I have it translated? In my chat, I have it in Spanish. Why is your comments translated to Spanish? I was like, oh, you're, wow. I don't know what is it with YouTube live stream, with YouTube app. Ever since I had been using it, I always surprise myself. Like, I don't know, I think that they are trying something new, or they're trying to do something that I'm not, completely sure about. Can you remind me his name, please? I know it's Woohyun, but I want to write it down well. Oh, I'm typing in English. Maybe in YouTube. Yeah, because on this on my other phone I can see it in English, but in here in my main one, the one that I'm recording with, I see it with the Spanish. I don't know why. Does YouTube think that I'm ignorant enough that I cannot read English? are they are they being condescending towards me? They're like, let us fix this. We are going to translate for you the English comments, just in case you don't know. Nambuja. I feel offended already. I'm like, why? I didn't touch anything. I didn't ask for any kind of translation. So I don't know. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe when I said the dice stream app, maybe there were some kind of options that I didn't click on that. You have to check. I don't know. Sometimes I wish I miss the old, without the AI and all of this. I miss the old times, that it wasn't that long ago. Actually, it was like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, when I started the channel, when I started doing live streams, that everything was simpler. Like the fonts of the letters were also bigger. So I don't know. Now with all of this, I feel like they are always like trying to surprise me at some point with something. I don't know. Hey, Yashoda. Yes, they definitely do. I don't know why they're translating it on my phone. Yes, I hope the internet, stays. This is why I'm going to start, reading very soon. I'm going to do the readings, and then once I'm done, I'm going to, start talking to you guys like I usually do, because I don't know. I had moved my router here. It's over here. Let's see how it goes. You know that it doesn't matter anything. The other day I had it in front of me and it wasn't working. So I don't know. I didn't tell you about the other, like the other internet that I wanted to get. The other, you know, I wanted to get internet from another company because I noticed that they were doing installations. Like my neighbors had it, so I was like, oh, this is like a good coincidence. I need to change my internet. I need to get better internet. So they're here. I'm going to ask, like, oh, what company are you from? And I know them because they are from actually a mobile company. So I did hire them for them to come. That I told you the other day that they came, a few weeks ago to check if they were able to make the connection, from the streets, and it seemed like everything was going to be okay. Then, the technician came and he entered my house and he was like, okay, where do you want the router to be at? And I was like, oh, here, because I need it. But he was like, okay. And then he started, I think that he went like away for like 2 hours. And then he came back and he was like, we have an issue because actually, we cannot do the connections because there's no space here around my block. So he believed he found one like 300 meters away from my house, like almost like 3-4 blocks from my house. But it was in another neighborhood. He said that because he has to ask permission for the neighbor or the house near that pole to ask them, we're going to put a wire on that, because people complain if you install wires, near their house entrance, like even though it's high up there, but it could be that, in that case, this was like a 2-floor house. So, if people that have like a 2-level house, sometimes they get bothered by cables. So, he wanted to let them know and ask them, and there was no one home, no one answered, so he couldn't do the installation. And he was like, oh, but nevertheless, I don't have the cable. It's not long enough because it's very far away. So I will have to get one. I will have to get one on Friday. I will let you know. I will put your installation on hold until we have everything. We have to be patient, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay. At first, I was like, okay, I will wait. I will wait. Then contact me. When you have everything, let me know, and I will be home so you can do the installation. But then, as the days passed by, I got very annoyed. I was like, no, this is not working. Like, I think that I'm doing something that it feels like crazy, because even though my internet, the installation of my internet provider, it's not that, modern. It still works. Like, it's not that, usually the router has like the lights, and it's always on. It's not that it's off, or it's intermittent. No, so it's always working. It's just that there's something about, maybe it doesn't get to certain rooms, or if there's a wall, or if there's a door, there's, disconnection. I don't know. We move it here to see if there's any difference, if my internet gets better here as I'm recording this. But I think that honestly, it has to do with the apps. It has to do with these apps that, when you do live streams, I guess they must consume other kind of data. They must consume any kind or other kind of, they must need more. And probably I don't have it. I don't have it. Hey, Chichalino. Yes, I did change it. Yes. I brought my jade tree. But I don't know if it's placed well because the branches are looking funny, but it's like it's a whole tree now. I remember when it was tiny. Now it has like 2 years, this jade tree, and it's not perfect. I had to take it out of the sun because it was burning the leaves. Let's see how it goes. Let's see if it likes it here. And yes, I have my Buddha here. I place it on my, maybe for you it's my left side, but this is like my right side. Um, but yeah, remember that we were talking about this, about making the background a bit more like, with green or with plants, and just keep it simple. I also had to get my salt lamp fixed, like, because it has these little lamps, and they it's not that they break, but they stop working very fast. So I had to replace the lamp. Um, a lot of work. I have to move certain furnitures. I'm moving everything, guys. But I'm again in this room. I don't know if you guys remember. I wanted to, if you have been around with me and all my movements, this is the room that it was designed specifically for this to be like an office. This is the room that we changed the roof. Remember that I told you that we had the remodelation of the roof, and this place used to be like everything. It was bigger, like everything was under. It had a ceiling, but I decided, because since it went until the end, until it took over the whole back side of the house, so I didn't have like a part that I would be able to open a window and get fresh air, or it was all under ceiling. It was all like a whole room. This was a whole room. It was bigger. I decided to sort of cut it in half and open it. I have a door, and I have I have the window. The window I know the window, because it's the window that I usually do live streams with, that you see that the whole brightness of the day, it came to me, well, because I was placed like this, sideways. But this place is supposed to be, for when I'm, having my consultations, when I'm working, when I'm studying. It was built, it was remodelated to be this. But then, because I started having internet issues, I had to move. I had to go somewhere else. I have to go upstairs. I have to go next door. I have to go into my living room to do the live streams, because my internet wouldn't work. So now we're back. Now we're back. I don't know. I cannot. I hope, keep our fingers crossed that this works, because also I do have a lot of online courses and things to do in these next weeks before school starts. School starts here on March 2nd. So I have to take a lot of courses. I have to get to a lot of Zoom meetings. So I need this place to work. I need my internet to work here. And also, I have to do the live streams. But yes. Yes, YouTube consumes a lot of data, especially lives. Yes. We basically got a house tour with all the changes. Yes. Yes, you did, guys, because actually, when I started doing the live streams, it was in this part. It's just that the room was bigger, but it was in this side also. So it could be like basically I came back to where it all originally started. Remember that I had this sort of mandala, also, cloth piece behind me. If you watch my first live streams, you're going to see it, like it's rounded. And yes, it's been a long time. It's been a whole journey. But one thing that I can say about all of this is that it had sparked like my creativity. I don't consider myself like a creative person, because I can be very creative at writing. I'm really good at writing. But I don't consider myself like, creative about like, decorations, even though I always work with, with brands. So I know about product placement. I know about, like, display of things is very important visually for people. But I've always worked with brands that they will have a manual. They will have like a manual where they give you, and they're like, okay, you're supposed to place, the products like this. And there's no like discussion. It has to be like this because every retail store has it like this, so it has to be like this. Um, so I've always worked with, with, I would say, decoration and display of things. But it wasn't something that originated my mind. So I think that with this YouTube channel, it has allowed me to, think differently and to try different things to see what works. Um, and I try to do my best to also keep a sort of like correlation. Like I want things to, um, like to have like a sort of continuation. I don't want to things to change all of a sudden, um, because yeah. But I want the live stream to be cozy, and personally because I need it. I think that it's something that I think that selfishly I do it for myself first, because upstairs was great. I had a lot of room, a bigger room than this, but the sound of my air conditioner it was it was like, this whole thing, it was so loud, like I couldn't hear myself. It was so loud. Thank God you guys couldn't hear it, but I did hear it. So I'm like, I'm comfortable, but I'm okay because I have fresh air because upstairs is really hot. But at the same time, I cannot hear myself. Like I'm having these sounds, these extra sounds, and I'm feeling like, oh, like I'm not okay. I need to be grounded. I need to be at peace without an interruption, if it's possible, to do this. And I think that maybe if you guys had ever worked during the pandemic, or if you had ever worked from home, like remote jobs, is the same. It's like, I know that once I'm seated here, I have to make sure that I have everything at hand, just in case, because I can be like, oh, guys, I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. But now with these internet interruptions, I don't know if I will have like the possibility to do this, because it's been 20 minutes since I have been talking. 20 minutes that is being like somehow wasted on me talking, and I have readings to do. So this is why I prefer, to do the readings first, and then we will talk and we will catch up, because I don't know how long my good internet is going to work. Mm. The mandala, it was actually like I have it like, it's like, because it was like a tablecloth. It was like a tablecloth, but I don't know why when I had it, I put it on the wall because I liked it. I didn't know back then, like, um, like, what to have, because I had like a plain wall and it looked very pretty, but it was originated, it was like a tablecloth. So it's on my table. But yeah, it's very old now. So my now what I want to get, but I don't know if I should get it, because I think that there's a lot here, so I don't know if I should add more things. But I want to get like, there's something that is like rounded, that is like a geometry figure, that it's the flower of life. I do love the flower of life a lot, and I want to get it. I want to get it for the background. I had it. I had one on my entrance of my house, but because it was on the exterior of the house, it got rained and it destroyed itself because it was made of wood. So it wasn't that long lasting. It got ruined because of the, this is like the flower of life. This sign. I want to get it. I want to get one for this. Mm-hmm. Yes, tarot is a key. Yeah, tarot is the protagonist. The tarot is the protagonist. This is why, like, I kind of like agree when, less is more. But yeah, I think that also the main character is the internet. If the internet doesn't work, it's like, Okay, guys, I'm going to start, and then we're going to talk. If there's time and you guys are still here, be patient with me. I'm going to start with the readings, and then we're going to talk. Okay, I'm going to start with Enhypen Jungwon. Let's see. I don't know if I read on 2026 for him. So, if you have both readings, just, try to complement them because I don't remember if I read for them. Maybe for some people I already read, but yeah, it's Aquarius season. So let's see for his season. Let's see how it goes. Enhypen Jungwon. Okay. For him, we start with the Justice. We have the Temperance. We have the Hangman in the middle. We have the Eight of Wands, and we have the Six of Swords. And then from the Oracle, we have the card of intuitive and psychic powers or progress. It's so odd, this writing is so odd, but I think that it says progress. Progress? Is that a word? Progress? Intuitive and psychic progress. Progress. That. Oh, is that a word? Like it's. I was going to say progress, but oh my. It means ability. Thank you, guys. I learned something. I'm going to write it down. Progress. Prowess. Then I'm going to learn also how to say it because I'm not sure. But yeah, I remember I read it once, but I wasn't sure. I was like, maybe it has powers, but no, it's just that the writing in this, I don't know if you can tell, but it's very funny, the font of the letter. So you cannot see clearly, like, okay. It's very original, like him, like he is. Yeah, actually, there's like he got a lot of major arcanas. But I think that he's definitely going through something. This member, this Enhypen member Jungwon, because he had three major arcana. So there's something very, yeah, spiritual about this 2026 for him. Um, I think that it is very interesting because we have the justice. Does he have a Libra placement somewhere? I know that he's a Aquarius, but does he have like a Libra placement somewhere? Because we have the justice and we have the temperance. And if you notice, there's balance in both cards. In the temperance, I'm thinking that he is probably the one that is in charge of spiritually bringing balance to not just to the group. I think that is like his whole life. He is like this. He's someone that he probably tries to get everyone to get along or everyone to agree. And I think that it does consume a lot of energy of him. And in 2026, there's something about him continuing to do this work that, yeah, just like it says here, it has to do with intuition and a bit of a psychic because he has to read others. There's something about him with the temperance, having to be gentle, having to be pleasant, having to be, nice to people. With the justice, I think that he definitely is the one that he could like impart the rules, or he could be like, okay, guys, this is how we're going to do things. This is right. This is wrong. We don't do this. We do this. These are the conditions. This is the reality. This is the truth. This is what's fair. But with the temperance, I also think that he feels like this need to always be, gentle with the others, not being maybe. I think that he doesn't like to be authoritarian, and this affects maybe his energy, because there's something about him always having to be in balance, or always having to be okay, and always having to be like the wise one, or the intelligent one, or the one that regulates itself. So there's like a lot of work, a lot of inner work and reflection that he does on himself. So this is bigger than him just being a leader of a group. I think that it has to do with him also. Maybe he feels very responsible, and there's something about him also having to be like, like morally everything. He has to be perfect. There's something about him. He cannot mess up. He cannot do anything out of place. So I think that for someone this young, it feels very, it feels very demanding. I think that I feel like, there's something about, this is why I have the intuition and the psychic prowess, because he is like, naturally, I think that he has tools, he has them, but I feel like he's very alone in this. I think that people rely a lot on him, or they rely on a lot on him to be always okay, or to be always, this. And I think that he doesn't have like proper directions, or he doesn't get like proper training from no one. I don't see him, having a role model. I don't see him, asking for others for advice. I see him very much all alone, dealing with this. He's really good at this. I think he's she's very intelligent. He definitely has the abilities. He has the potential. But I think that everything that he's going to do or improve is based on his intuition. It's based on him going back to himself and reviewing certain interactions and being like, okay, I think I done well. I think that I'm conducting myself the right way, but also it feels very lonely. It feels very like, I think that people take for granted, and they're like, oh, because he's so wise, or he's so intelligent, he knows what to do. He had always been I don't know. I think that there's something about manners and education that they are like, oh, he had always been, the wise one, the intelligent one, the respectful one, the one that always behaves. And there's something just very um, lonely about this, about people expecting him to always be perfect, and they don't ask him how he's doing, they don't add to this. We have the handman in the middle. So definitely this is also a year where he probably will have certain situations where he will have to, look deep within himself and learn a lot about himself. Probably he will have to, keep working, not reacting, not reacting. I think that there could be certain situations with people that he feels like, oh, maybe I should say something or maybe I should do something. But I think that this is more like a spiritual year. This is a very spiritual year where he could feel like a bit tied down to situations that he cannot get out of, or he has to be patient, or he has to wait for certain things. So, probably the first half of the year is going to be more about observation and him, learning about himself and trying to educate himself. There's something about him teaching himself, how to be better, So yeah, I would advise him to not, do not react, do not do much. Just, observe what is being given to him and just take it. Just take it the way it is. Then we have the Eight of Wands and we have the Six of Swords. So then, finally, after a very awkward time or months, suddenly, news about them. Maybe are they going on tour? Are they going on tour? Does anyone know? Or are they going to go on tour with other groups, with other hype groups? Because I see like, sort of like, okay, guys, is the news is here. You're going with these people. You're going to associate with these people, or you're going to. I don't see Enhypen doing this alone. But there's something about like, oh, you guys have to join this or this event or this show or this concert, or you have to do this with others. And I see them move, and I see that him, probably be more active, like having more things to do. Finally changing from a very, because it feels very spiritual, it feels like the first half of the year is more about him focusing on himself and being better, and how can I be a better person. He's always thinking about that. How can I be better? How can I be a better person? How can I be a better leader? How can I be a better role model? Like, I think that in his mind, that's all there is. That's all what he thinks about. And those are his goals. It's just that he thinks nonstop about that there's a moment where he feels stagnant. There's a moment where he's like, I don't know where to run, because he probably reads a lot of books, or he researched a lot about being a leader, or being, a conflict solver, someone that resolves conflicts, or it's like the middleman, or it's like a mediator, there's something about this. So, but I think that there's also something that there's moments where he's like, yeah, I have all the information here, but I cannot express it to the body yet, because maybe there's no room. Maybe he has the intelligence, or he has the information, but he doesn't have the place maybe to show it, because maybe, the group is chaotic, everyone around him is chaotic, or maybe there's, people that don't listen, or there's like some other issues that they are more important. So somehow, the handman is like, just don't try to control situations of people. Just let it happen. Let them do what they have to do. Just observe them. Just, keep an eye on them, but just let them be what they want to be. And maybe also these, like I said, for other high groups, I still think that there's going to be, I don't know if it's investigation or what, but there's something about this affecting the leaders, that they don't know. There are certain groups that they don't know the whole truth about what is going to happen, but it affects their activities, or there's something about them being like, okay, you are not going to do this, you have to wait. So yeah, but definitely his intuition and his psychic progress is what's going to give him the tools. He has it in him. He has it in him. He's actually feels very spiritual himself. He feels like a very spiritual person. Okay, I'm going to continue with Infinite Nam Woohyun. Let's see, 2026 for Nam Woohyun of Infinite. Is he going to have a comeback or something like this? Because I see him very activated. Yeah, he's like, this year is my year. I'm going to start working, or I'm going to start, this passionate project of mine. There's a lot of female energy in here. So I don't know why. Because the first thing that came to my mind is my girlfriends are waiting for me. And I think that, I see female energy, but I don't think that it's like a girlfriend indeed, a real relationship. I think that this shows how important the women in his life are, probably, the mothers, the daughters, the nieces, the cousins, and the fans. I feel it like he's like very expansive about this. Maybe this is a very Aquarius thing, about him including everyone. He's not a queen means a singular person. No, for him it's like, no, it represents all the people that love me, all the women that love me. So yeah, for Woohyun, we start with the Knight of Wands. We have the Queen of Cups. We have the Ace of Wands. We have the Page of Cups, and we have the Hermit. He's very in love. I think that there's something just very loving about him. And we have, from the Oracle, we have the card of beginnings. So see, I think that he's very excited to start something new. He's very excited to start something. I think that he's also very motivated with the Ace of Wands in the middle. There's something about him being like, okay, I have things to do. This year is going to be, a year of beginnings, a year of me starting, a year of me restarting. I see him very excited and passionate about this. It's just that, just like this card shows, and also the beginnings, the beginnings, it shows a very low. So I should, with his own progress, and not, just wanting to start right away and just, getting into the finish line, as fast as he can. I see him very excited about this. So I would say slow down. This is the beginning. This is, something that is good, that he feels very, I think that, there's something about him just wanting to go out and do this right away, with the Knight of Wands and the Queen of Cups. There's something about, this is why when I saw this, I was like, I have to go and see my girlfriends. There's something about him just, being very playful, but he's like, I have to go and do this for them, because they had been waiting for me, and it's been so long and I haven't done anything. I don't know, I think that he's like, this year I have to make it up. This year I have to get going. This year I have to, get the strengths. I have to get, I think it's more about the mobility, like, I don't know if he has to rehearsal or there's choreography. But he's like, it has to be this year and I have to get going. It has to be starting already. He is in a rush. He is very like, I think that he's excited, just like a little kid. It feels like no one can tell him, like, just like I said, like, slow down a bit, like, don't go that fast, just take your time, one step at a time. But I think that his energy is like, no, I don't slow down. I have to be there now, or I have to do this now. I don't have time. I don't have time. I think that there's something about him just rushing. And there's this, with the Queen of Cups, definitely there's people waiting for him. Maybe when he's like, my girlfriends, yes, literally there's like a whole, I think that if this is the fans, it shows like the fans are like the mothers, like the mother figure, the compassionate figure, the people that are holding space for him. They are waiting for him. They are also very understanding and considerate of his circumstances. So they are like, we will always love you. We will always be there. We will always hold a space and love for you. So, you don't have to rush for us. We will not stop loving you. You don't have to, like, rush processes just because, you want to satisfy us. We are loyal. We understand. We love you. We empathize with you. He's like, no. He's like, to be I want to be sexy, I want to be playful, I want to be charming, I want to be I want to entertain you guys. Like, I think that he's like, I don't want this to be like, yeah, I can be a bit romantic, but I also want to seduce you. With the Ace of Wands in the middle, there's like a lot of him, maybe wanting to express his masculinity as well, and him coming back stronger, or showing like a more masculine side of himself. Or maybe, if he has a song, or if he releases something, instead of talking about feelings, he could talk about emotions. But there's also a high energy, yeah, of like sexuality, maybe, or desire, or obsession, or there's something about this strong you know yeah, sexuality, I would say. He wants to, bring this back. And also he probably wants to dominate. With the Ace of Wands, there's something about him just like, I want to be number one. Or I want to be what you want me to be. I want to seduce you, or I want to be the one that you look at, or I want to be, as I want you to want me, to desire me. So I have to get, creative as well. I have to get with all my forces, and with all my intensity, I would say. And he's like, I have to be relentless. I have to seduce you and give you no way out. Like, you cannot escape me. Something like this. It feels very dramatic, but I think that he sort of has like a style of like, maybe, playing with people's emotions. Like, maybe his music is all about that. It's all about recognizing your inner desires, and what you really want. And he's like, I want to disclose all that. But also with the Ace of Wands, there could be different projects. Maybe it's not just a song, or release. It could be something else as well, because the Ace of Wands is giving me like, he is unstoppable. I feel like maybe he had been working on this, and he hasn't said anything, but it's like, I have to show you. I have to show you that, that I'm powerful, that I can still make an impact, on people's life. Yeah, then we have the Page of Cups, and we have the Hermit. So yeah, I think that yeah, he could do well. in whatever he releases. I think that he can do well. He is forever going to be grateful to the people that support him. He's humble like this. Even though when he enters the scene, he enters like this, and he enters like this wild horse, this wild guy, with all the energy. I think that as the time passes or the months progress, and after this is released, he's going to come back to his usual self, that is like being, maybe, I don't want to say that him being childish, but he can go back to be more sweet, more, relax, and just be more sensitive, and just be more calm, because he wanted to release this. So there's something about like, okay, now I can calm down. Now, I can be more peaceful. I can be more, emotional still, because there's something about him being like, I want to thank people for their support, or I want to let them know how much they mean to me. And with the hermit, I think that he could, then go a bit silent, go a bit MIA, because I think that the beginning, exactly like he says, beginning, it feels very powerful. It probably is very draining. It takes a lot of energy of him, or it's very moving emotionally, and I think that it sort of wakes a part of his sensitivity, where he has to retreat, then where he has to go and analyze this, maybe after he gets feedback from people, he's like, okay guys, thank you, now I can work on this, or now I can work on myself, or now I'm satisfied, now I'm happy, now I'm going back to my senses, I'm going back to being me, I'm going back to reflecting on me. And yeah, he probably is going to take some time off again, or you are going to see him a bit MIA, because he has but I see him very inspired. So he could go just to go and just create it, because I don't see him like he's going to go because he's tired. No, he's like, okay, from this experience I'm going to take this. Okay, I'm going to read for Xlov Haru. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, the group, Xlov Haru. Let's see, Xlov Haru. I have to read for the group as well, because I had people on TikTok that they're always, and it's just that when they leave comments on TikTok, I don't remember. People have to come here to the YouTube community and leave it in the comment section, because if you don't mention it, I forget about it. Like I forget to include them. I know visually when I see the name, I'm like, oh, I haven't read for that group yet. I haven't done the 2026 reading. But then I forget, then when I do the list, I forget. Okay. Okay, for this member, for Xlov Haru, we start with the Four of Cups. We have the Six of Pentacles. We have the Temperance in the middle. We have the Nine of Swords. And we have the Moon, the Wall card, not the Moon. And then the Oracle, it says, he got the card of Be You. Is this a guy or a girl? Right, Haru? This Oracle card. So, yeah, I think that, yes, it's about, him also, with the Temperance in the middle. There's a lot of healing to do in this year. It's just that there's something. What is going on with this group? Is this group doing okay? Are they, achieving things? Because I can kind of see him. We start with the Four of Cups, and we have the Six of Pentacles. So maybe, yes, he's getting what he wanted maybe this year is like he slowly is getting um I don't know what to say, payment, but it's more like retribution for his efforts. But he also comes from a period where he's a bit detached. He's a bit like, yeah, like, thank you, like, yeah, this is what I wanted. But he's also a bit apathic about this. He's a bit disconnected emotionally. I don't feel like he's emotional, like, oh my god, like I'm in my feelings, but there's a bit of boredom. So I wonder if they keep him waiting for something, or for an opportunity, or for, or the start of the group is very slow, or the activities are very slow. But it feels like, like this, like, um maybe it takes a while, and he's like, yeah, thank you, now I see it, now I'm receiving it. It's fair, because I think that it's not just for him, maybe it's also opportunities or retribution for the other members as well. But he is a bit like in the clouds, he's a bit like, I'm not sure how to feel about this. There's a bit of dissatisfaction. Maybe, fame, or maybe, being active in the industry is not that like he thought he would be. There's something about him not being, that excited about this. Being a bit disconnected. It's not that he's unhappy. It's more like, thank you, you know I think that he wanted more of this experience. Maybe he wanted more, or he was promised more. Probably, he was promised more. And and yeah, with the temperance in the middle, it's also about him, maybe um realizing that, yeah, this is part of the business, or this is part of your process, this is part of his experience. And probably, also, trying to get into um it's sort of like, yeah, a balance or a harmony, between how he feels and the reality, because it's not that bad. Actually, I think that this is going to be a great year for him. Just that maybe he feels a bit like unsteady. He feels like, oh, this that is being given to me is not, it feels like his energy needs something else. His energy, or his maybe creative process, or his own talents, or his own, way of expression. He needs another kind of support and direction, maybe. And this is why he's like, yeah, I'm working with what I have, but this is not what I initially signed up for. So there's a bit of boredom. He's slowly waking up. I think that in 2026, he's slowly going to start to, do his part, to be more positive. There's something with the temperance. It's like, get up and get more positive, be more thankful for what you have. There's people that don't have much. So you are lucky. You are doing well. You are doing well. So don't complain. Don't complain. You're doing well. You're doing well. It's just that, he has to, there's something about balance as well. The six of pentacles also has like a balance scale. So there's something about this, maybe, these Aquarius idols somehow, understanding that you have to go with the flow, that you are not, in the dungeon, you are not, downstairs. You are floating. It's not perfect. It's not like, yeah, success, yeah, because I don't see at least for him, or maybe what he thinks of success, I don't see it here. So maybe there's something about him be like, yeah, I know I have to try harder. But also, I don't see wants. So I'm like, where is your driven force? Where is your passion? You are not that passionate. You are a bit apathic. So you have to wake it up. Um, yeah, we have the nine of swords, and we have the world card. So again, see, he could be a bit like, fatalistic. I don't know if that's the word, but he could have a bit of fatal sort of mentality, like, oh my god, this is so wrong. Like, and actually he is like, this, he gets into this loop of him thinking the worst, or assuming the worst of the situation. And with the world card, it's like, just move on, get out of here, get out of your mind. It's not like you think. It's not like you think. It's just that you are stuck in a sort of loop. You're stuck in a mentality, or something happened, or something is going to happen. Maybe he made a mistake, or he did something that it affected the others. I don't know. And he overthinks about the situation. He overthinks about his value. He overthinks about what he's bringing. I don't think that he has like low self-esteem. I just think that he hasn't found his place. He's a bit like he has potential. His energy actually is really good. It's just that, yeah, he worries. He worries because maybe this year is going to be also very unstable. It's more about him, keeping like a happy attitude, even if the conditions are not the best. But actually, I don't think that he's in a bad condition, because we have the Six of Pentacles. So, retribution, like when it comes to maybe money or resources or opportunities, I think that is going to be for him and the others. So yeah, it's about how he perceives this. He doesn't. I think that he shouldn't get like fixated on what he doesn't have yet. Because a healthy mindset is actually what's going to help him, to advance this year. Also for this member, for Xlov Haru, a lot of major arcana. So also it's all about the spirit, how you receive their experiences, how you take them, how you absorb them, how you organize yourself internally. It's not so much about like, okay, it's about movement and action and reaction and administration of my energy and resources. No, this card is more like, keep the energy up. Keep the energy up, keep the bad thoughts or the nightmares, keep them away, and move on and advance, and keep your energy moving, keep flowing with whatever comes. Don't get stuck in negativity. Yeah, and the card of be you specifically, I think that there's nothing wrong with him. I think that I don't think that he feels like, oh, I'm not good enough. But if there's maybe a doubt in him, like about like, okay, how am I behaving, or what I'm giving to the group? I think that the oracle is like, just be you, and you will be accepted. I think that probably he also struggles a lot with, maybe there's certain conditions and guidelines about how they should be acting, and there's something about him being like, I don't want to be fake, or I feel like you guys are trying to control the way I feel, and I cannot express myself. So the card is like, as long as you are yourself, or you give of your nature, or of what and it comes from you, it's going to be okay. There's nothing wrong with what you're giving. There's nothing wrong. Like, just with being you, you are doing a lot. There's no need for you to be like others. You have to, with being you, you are giving a lot. So just, continue being yourself. Okay. So I'm going to continue with BTS hobby, BTS J-hope. Mhm. Okay. Okay, for hobby, we start with the Eight of Swords. We have the Temperance. We have the Page of Swords in the middle. We have the Two of Cups. And we have the Devil. Very strong reading. And then I have from the Oracle, we have the card of Endings. It feels strong. It feels strong. I mean, I think that hobby, J-hope, it's, if he's a very resilient, he's very intelligent. We have the Page of Swords in the middle. So if he has to defend himself from something or he has to say something, and when I read this is why I'm resonating with this, because when I read for BTS for 2026, was it the reading that I did for them? They got the Knight of Swords in the middle as well. So it's about defending themselves, speaking up or, just, stating, the boundaries and the do's and the don'ts of what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, and he also, in the middle, we have the Page of Swords. So there's something about him, maybe, yes, be more vocal or more, it's been more, I guess, more honest. Like there's something about him speaking up about certain things. I think that he wants to defend someone or some people. So there's something. I don't know if there's going to be situations where BTS members will have to say something, or they will maybe say something, or maybe not even say something publicly. Maybe it's an Instagram post, or if there's like a comment, a random comment, and people just taking it like, oh my God, he said this. But it doesn't feel friendly. This is why I'm like, maybe they are defending themselves, they are defending the group. Because I feel like this year, it feels like there's something about the members feeling like, maybe there's a lot of energy being put into creation. There's a lot of, we start with the Temperance and the Eight of Swords. So there's something about, I had been managing all the things that I couldn't say in past years, or all the things that, I wasn't allowed to say, or maybe I thought that, oh no, this is not the right time for me to do this or say this. So he's finally like liberating himself from this. And he's maybe because, all of them are going to be together. So he finally is like, yes, thank God, thank God the others are back, because he felt a bit like a prisoner, he felt a bit like, mentally, I don't think that this is about like, oh, I didn't have the support nor the research, the resources. I think that is mentally, him feeling a bit stuck, when it comes to creation, or maybe him feeling like, okay, if I wanted to do this, I had to ask for permission and they wouldn't give me the permission. And he had all these things that through the years he had been accumulating, thoughts, perception of people that he worked with, that people really weren't that helpful when it comes to him. And he nevertheless he maintained this sort of zen attitude of like, okay, I understand, okay, yeah, I am doing my part with what you gave me. This is not what I wanted. There's something about him, having a lot of things stuck in his throat and be like, I would tell you a few things, but I don't want to argue right now. So, finally he's letting go of that, of those memories, because there's something about him that be like, I remember, that you guys left me alone in this, or you didn't help me with this. So I remember. But he's slowly liberating himself. Finally, 2026 is going to feel like more. This is why, when I see the Page of Swords, there's something about hobby finally reaching a level of clarity, a level of like, I can finally say what I want to say, or I can do what I want to do, or I can create what I want to create, because, finally it's not, he feels like he got rid of something. So I don't know what is it. I don't know if it's like a restriction, or he felt like it wasn't the right time to talk about certain things. But now I see him more liberated. Now he feels happier. He feels lighter. There's something about him also feeling like maybe he has different ideas. He is the beginning of his ideas. So he could, be sharing with the group, be like, guys, I want to do this, or I want to introduce this. So it's like, finally hobby is in his element again. He also is an Aquarius man. So having, a page of swords is very fitting for his energy, because I feel like, he was stuck for so long in this sort of, mediator, and kind of like, oh yeah, we're all happy and we're all the family. He felt stuck in this role that he couldn't, concentrate maybe on what he wanted individually, because he had to sustain maybe the name of the group, or, other people having issues. So he had to be the one that would be like, bring balance to the chaos. And it's a lot of responsibility, to be the one that is always okay, even when you're not okay, or when you're panicking inside and you have to pretend like, oh yeah, I'm so happy to be here, And finally, this year is about him, being, his energy feels renewed. He probably is going to come back, with something new. I think that he wants to do something individually as well. This is why I'm like, um, it could be with the group, but just like when I read for Tae, when I read for BTS Taeyeon, he also wants to do something for himself. It's like, yeah, I know I have things to do with the group, but I'm also inspired and I want to try something new with my career, or I want to do something for my career. Which I think that there's something of like, I don't know how people are going to take it, because, the page of source, it feels like very like sudden, it feels like, he probably doesn't have all the information, or there's something about him. This is a work in progress or an idea in progress. And he probably is launching it, or sharing it with people, and people being like, interesting, and him probably, maybe people not right away understanding like, why are you saying this, or why are you releasing this? I think that it's challenging for hobby, because he wants to do things individually, but there's something just very interesting here that I see it, Two of Cups and the Devil. That is about toxic associations, or a toxic parasocial relationship, or maybe it's an attachment to, associations. I think that there's something that is bothering him, and it's still going to be something that he has to deal with in 2026, that is about, these associations. He probably wants to be more independent, or he wants to be appreciated for his independent work, but people don't care. People want collaborations, or people want him with the group. So, the Two of Cups and the Devil is giving me like toxic relationship. Like, there's a bit of attachment to what they expect of hobby. It's like they love hobby, but they love hobby and the others, or hobby working with a group, or hobby working with another member, or hobby working with another people. But there's something about hobby wanting to liberate a bit himself from just being part of a group, and he wants to do more for himself. It's just that maybe people are like, are you sure that you want to do this? Why don't you go back with the group? There's something about people having this attachment to like, no, you have to go back with the group, because you belong to the group and the group needs you, and this collaboration needs you, and this person needs you, and you need the other person, so it's like forcing him to always collaborate, or to always, and he's like, yeah, I know it's part of my history, yeah, I'm part of a group, but I also want a bit of independence. I want, he's an Aquarius, nevertheless. He's also very creative. He wants a bit of freedom, but I think that freedom is going to be very difficult to achieve this year because people want him with others. They probably are not. Yeah, they are like, yeah, you go and do you, but they probably are not interested. They just want him to go back to the group. And I think that with the devil is showing me a bit of manipulation. So I'm like, he is okay with this. He knows what he has to do, but there's something about him being like, I don't like it when you guys try to rule my life like this. Like, yeah, I'm going back to the group. I'm going to do my part. Of course, I'm happy, I'm excited. It's my group. But I think that he's a bit against, the attachment part, the part of like, you must. You have to do this because we know that you're good at this. And he's like, but what if I want something else? So it feels like a very unfair contract. And I feel like it feels like manipulation. And he feels suffocated. He feels like, yeah, okay, yeah, we are going to be back. We said we are going to be back. But can you respect a bit my personal um, endeavors? I'm also an artist. I have ideas of my own. But yeah, endings. I think that there's something about, um, there's a part of hobby also as a person, and that this 2026 is going to be a year of a lot of endings. And I think that for BTS, I also got this energy of them, fighting the haters or fighting people that they are like, oh, you shouldn't do that. So they are cutting some people, they are cutting certain interactions. And I think that for hobby, it feels the same, like this year, it's sort of like also the ending of me accepting things that I don't want, or me being okay with things that don't benefit me. So it's going to be the ending. Probably it's going to be the ending of hobby, the mediator, or hobby, the funny guy, or hobby, the one that makes everything be okay. He's like, I'm done with that. I'm done with sustaining this. I'm going to do my part. I'm going to be a professional. I'm going to have fun. But please let me also, invest in myself. He has something that he wants to do individually that I think that is still fresh. I could understand if he releases something, people be like, is this what you want to release? Because people be like, yeah, okay. But it's the beginning. He just wants to launch it. He wants to share it with people. He wants to show it. So let him show it. But yeah, with endings, I think that there's certain dynamics that these I don't like. These that I see here, I got very weird vibes. I was like, poor guy. Like, why are they, attaching him? It seems like, we don't care about you as an individual. You are part of this dynamic. So you have to go back to this. Does he have like crazy shippers as well? Is he shipped with another member or something? Because it feels so toxic. It feels so toxic. Like, we need you to be there for that member, or we need you to be there for this dynamic because, it's a must. And him being a bit like, ah, you don't know me. So, yeah. Okay. I want to continue with NCT Jisung. Let's see, NCT Jisung. Okay, for Jisung, we start with the magician. We have the Ten of Pentacles. We have the Judgment in the middle. We have the Five of Cups, and we have the Two of Wands. And then from the Oracle, I have the card of Mentor. Mentor. Could it be people are very harsh on him because we have the Judgment in the middle? So are people going to judge him about something? Because it feels very heavy. It feels very central in the reading. Because yeah, we start with the Magician and the Ten of Pentacles. So I think that when it comes to, Jisung as an artist and maybe even as a person, I think that, this is the same. The Ten of Pentacles is like legacy and, the place and I think that he had always been, very well taken care of. There's something with the Magician. I don't know if last year and this year, if they are really like betting on or they are really like investing on Jisung. And I think that they have been very consistent with his talents and with, maybe showing him. I think that SM, there's I do have my opinions about SM and the way, they handle artists, because I do stand a lot of SM groups. But I think that when it comes to Jisung, there's something about, him being actually very, not lucky, but I think that he's very abundant in the in not just in the building. I think that it's the whole community that I don't know if it's like the older idols or his seniors that they do pay for things for him and they give him expensive gifts. They always pamper him. There's something about him having a stable support and it also it's about finances, and I think that there's like something with the Magician that they're always very positive to just Jisung. There's something about them always saying positive things to him, so they somehow build a sort of like a stability for Jisung, somehow being like, you done great, you are doing great, even if you don't feel like this, you are making progress, we love you, you are the best, you are an ace, you are a 10, so I think that him, he is very talented. First of all, with the Magician, I want to say like Jason is very, very talented artist. He does have it. It's just that I think that, he is like this treasure. He's like, we made you. Or it's not that they made him, but there's something about like we sustain you. We made a platform for you so you could shine. And they never fail, Jisung. Even if I can have my differences with SM and everything, I think that they always make him feel very well taken care of. There's something about, when it comes to Jisung, there's always something available, practices, resources, taking care of him, taking care of his health, I don't know, taking care of his money, taking care of his family. There's something and I think that this is not just like NCT. I think that it's like other groups as well. They all contributing to, building this stability for Jisung, because Jisung is important for SM, but it's more like, we make him, it's like he's the pride of theirs. Maybe he's like the future. This also resonates a lot because he's an Aquarius. So there's something about, him being like, yeah, he was like the chosen one, even if you are like, no, but there's other members that are more successful or they are more popular. Yeah, but, Jisung was created for a specific role. And he is like, he came into this company or into this system, and he was like, yeah, the baby, the foundation, the wonder. He was like, oh, there's a baby with all that potential, and he has been growing very well. So they are like, you see, you are perfect, like you, there's no other. So I think that he's very, he feels very loved, and like I think that he has everything that he needs, and they love him. But also the Ten of Pentacles, it talks about like there's a lot of people that contributed to this. It's not just SM, it's other artists as well, and they're like, yeah, because he's our baby, so we will spoil him. So when we have the Judgment, I think that this is like, a sort of awakening maybe for Jisung, maybe him, entering the reality of today, or the reality of, how things have been changing in the industry, how he is changing. Maybe there's something that is happening with his career, or what he's going to do, that people are going to judge him. People are going to judge him. People are going to be a bit harsh. Yeah. But I think that this is about, maybe a part of him, bursting the bubble and being like, yeah, we know you had come from a system that had taken really good care of you, but, outside here is a jungle, and no one is safe. So with the Judgment, it could be that he does something, or he creates something, or he I don't know, he participates in something, and then he gets criticized. I can see it. So it is a wake-up call. This is not, I think that, with the Judgment for idols, literally, this card is judgment, literally. I remember when I started reading for idols, I was a bit hesitant, like why the Judgment will always show up. And then later, when things will develop for the groups, for them, the Judgment card is literally, the netizens or people judging them very harshly. So it's part of their process, I would say, their experience as, artists. But I think that for him, this is an opportunity for him to grow, an opportunity for him to take this sort of feedback, I would say, and being like, well, I didn't do that great. I can do better. But I think that people can be a bit harsh on him. We have the Five of Cups also, and the Two of Wands. There could be a bit of regret about him, being like, why did I get myself into this? Why did I agree to do this? People are really harsh. People don't like it. People are judging me. I don't like it. He could feel a bit like sad, like, oh, wow, like, I guess, you guys don't like me that much. I don't know. He could get in his feelings a bit. But then we have the Two of Wands. So this is about Jisung. I don't know if NCT Dream is going on a tour, and if they are going to have, a lot of activities outside of their country. So I think that he will be sad for a while, but it will not last, because he has other plans. He has things to do. So, whatever it is not going to, affect the year entirely. It's going to be like a wake-up call, that actually there's people that, they don't like you like that, or you are not their favorite. I don't know. But I think that the good thing that he can get out of this is that actually, he's someone that he has different, just like the magician, he has different talents. So it's okay for him to explore, and not just get stuck on like, oh, I'm part of NCT. No, it's okay for him to explore his options. He's very talented. It's just that, part of the exploration is also receiving feedback and people judging you, and people being like, I don't like this work that you did. But yeah. Yeah, and we have the kind of mentor. I think that actually Jisung, he could be a mentor for other trainees. If I was advising them, which they wouldn't deserve my advice, but with this oracle card being very literal, I would put Jisung as a mentor for the trainees, or in a show. I don't know. I would put him, because he's not a regular magnet. He is like one of these magnets that, like I said, he's the foundation. He is like a magnet that is not like, Yeah, I was the magnet, but because I was the magnet, because I had to be an ace and I had to be the best and I had to be the face and I had to be the center. No, he is the magnet that sustains. He is the magnet that his experience can inspire others. So this is why he has the mentor card, because he can teach others how to navigate this. He has a lot of wisdom. He's very wise. He's also very calm. There's something just very calm, very soothing of his energy. So I would want him to be a mentor for the others, for the younger generation. Because his experience is very nice, actually. That I have my things with SM, but who is Junki? I don't have him. Did you write him down? Junki is the name. I don't know why I didn't write it down. Okay. Well, he's last. He's last. Okay. I'm going to continue with Ive Rei. Rei from Ive. Let's see. The first girl, I believe. The first and the only Aquarius girl in here today. I like her. Her energy is so nice. I like her. Okay. For Rei, we start with the Six of Cups. We have the Queen of Pentacles. We have the Wheel of Fortune in the middle. We have the Hierophant, and we have the Page of Wands. Very nice for Rei. Very nice. And then she got the card of the third eye chakra. The third eye chakra. Very fitting, and it matches my tablecloth. So yes, the third eye chakra, about intuition, imagination, wisdom. Her energy feels very. Yeah, she's very intuitive as well. She's very wise. She's very in tune also with her intuition. I think that her intuition had saved her from a lot of things. There's something just very interesting about her reading. Also, she has major arcanas as well, but she feels like a very, I don't want to say like magical person, but she feels like, like a very, like a very healing person. She sees things differently. I don't know how to explain this, but I think that she's going to be very successful when it comes to material things, because I have the Queen of Pentacles in here, and I also have the Hierophant. I see a lot of individual projects of hers, associations doing very well. I think that when I read for Ive, the girls for 2026, I also got a lot of prestige or luxurious possibilities of them maybe gaining more money, gaining more deals. I don't know. I think that it's bigger than music. It's not just about music. I know that about music you can be like, oh, I like this comeback and I don't like this other. I don't care. For me, I'm reading for her as the potential that she has. And I think that she's someone that for me it feels, with the third eye chakra, I feel like she's always connected. She's always connected, with she's always receiving, information, I would say. There's something about her intuition being very strong, and she doesn't try to hash this. She's like, yeah, I had dreams, or I dreamt of this, or I had an intuition about this and it came true. So I see her just very, yeah, just very um intelligent, and I think that the way she's advancing, and she's going to keep advancing in 2026, it feels like she understands flow. When people talk about, like, I don't know if idols do this, but because this is the thing about Ray, is that she's in a very materialistic environment. Of course, that being an idol, and it's all about, the opportunities that you can get, how famous you can get, and collaborations, and it's all about work, work, work. But I think that she's so wise. She's able to understand, when is the right time to stop and when is the right time to continue. Even if the group gets a bit stagnant with certain content, or maybe there's no content, or there's no possibility for her, but she finds a way. She finds a way to keep flowing, to keep being herself, and to showing this part of herself, this sort of harmony, or this very magical thing of hers, that makes her individually her, or originally her. There's something about her being like, I invest in myself, because I have a lot to give to the audience. And I think that whoever connects with her, you connect with her from a very, like, intuitive, kind of girly kind of vibe. You feel like, oh, with her I can talk about things, or she seems like this very nurturing mother. She's like the source of something. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like she calms you down. And we have, start with the Six of Cups, and we have the Queen of Pentacles. So see, she had mastered this image of herself, and she had positioned herself in this very, she reminds you of this sort of high school friend, with the Six of Cups and the Queen, but she's also like this very protective mother. So even if she's very young, there's something just very trustworthy about her. It's like if she gives you an advice about something, you trust her, you listen to her, because she knows things. It's like she knows things about the material world, but she knows things also about relationships, or about, you guys should be kind to each other, you guys should be friendly with each other. It's very Aquarius kind of mentality. Maybe it's Gen Z kind of mentality. Since I'm a millennial, maybe I'm a bit like, I'm still adjusting my energy to this that I see of them. For some idols that are Gen Z or younger, but I feel like she's so special, and she manifests everything that she has had. She manifests. She's very patient. Also, she's like, okay, I understand. Okay, this is my time. But she is like, she's like a guru. I don't know. I think that I should take advices from her. I don't know, I should listen to her more, or go and find her content, and just, maybe heal myself with her content, or with her point of view of life. She feels very, like, she feels special, definitely. Yeah, with the Wheel of Fortune, see, like, a lot of movement, a lot of, like, she's moving with her career, she's moving with her goals. She's not going to be stagnant. There's not going to be, fear, or I think that she's above all of this. I don't think that she fears about, like, oh my God, the group, the stability, the success, if we sell, if we don't sell. I think that she's above all of this. And she continues just growing and advancing, and taking, like I said, going with the flow. If it's time to start over, she will start over. And if it's time to continue something, she will go with the flow of whatever appears. She's like, whatever, as long as I'm moving, as long as I'm like flowing, I will continue wherever life takes me. So she's so positive like this. She's so positive like this. This is going to be a great year for her. A great year for her. So she's like, if you like me, if you really like my vibe, follow me. Something like this. Does she tell people to follow her? It could be literally like follow me, like a subscription. Does she have like a subscription channel, something like that? Follow me. I don't know. But you should. I should. The Hierophant and the Page of Wands. See, I think that there's also like an enterprise, there's like an institutions, a brand, a very prestigious brand that wants her. And this is another one. This is not, if she has one already, this is a new one. And also, could it be that there's a solo coming for her? Maybe like not now. It could be at the end of the year. Because I see a very passionate beginning also, and she's excited about creating something new. So this is not about her, partnering with another brand. This is more about her being like, okay, I'm going to create this for me. This is like a new beginning. This is something that I'm really looking forward to. And it demands a lot of her, like movement, creativity, a lot of energy and adrenaline. Could it be that there's a solo? There's a solo for her? But I think that she gets this, she gets these opportunities because, like I said, she goes with the flow. She's not like, trying to be, calculative or trying to be like, oh my God, I have to be better than last year and I have to, get my opportunity no matter what. No, she's not like that. She's not obsessive about success like this. But this is why, it's easier for you to pay attention to her or choose her, because everything feels like it flows naturally. Nothing is forced about you liking her or choosing her. It's very special. But yeah, a great year. A great year. A lot of things coming for her also, but all at its right time. Oh, yeah, probably. Yes. Oh, she did, right? Wait, I'm going to change my map. I don't know why it falls like this. But she's so special. Like, I'm going to be following her. Hey guys, I have dry lips. Okay, I'm going to continue with Kim Jaejoong. I know I read for Kim Jaejoong not so long ago, so I don't know if this is going to resonate with the other one, with the 2026 reading, because I feel like they are very close. But yeah, let's see for his season. Let's see if this, sort of complements the others. Kim Jaejoong. Did he turn the 40 already? Because he's so sad about this. It could be that he's sad, that he's so sad that he's turning this. I'm 40, and I think that for me has been great. I'm 41 already, so he shouldn't panic about age. Yeah. There's something about communication. I don't know if I said this about, or I said this something like this for Kim Jae-jung, but yeah, the throat chakra is like, the less you say, the better. I don't know. The cards are like, did he get into a controversy about something that he said in the recent past? Okay. Kim Jae-jung, we start with the wall card. We have the Ace of Swords, we have the Five of Cups in the middle, we have the Three of Pentacles, and we have the Emperor. Yeah, there's something about the cards being like, you are better as a CEO or as the boss. You stay. I know that he's amazing, so being like, oh, you stay in the background, it sounds a bit harsh, but this year is like, you better do not put yourself that much out there. Throat chakra for Kim Jae-jung. Communication, truth, self-expression. It's just that I think that, it sort of makes sense that, there's people that maybe they are not ready to hear what he has to say, because, with throat chakra, maybe he had been holding on for so long, about his own truth and about his own experiences that, maybe he's the type of person that, when you talk to him, or when maybe he's interviewing making an interview to someone, he ends up, taking over the whole conversation, or he ends up making maybe things about himself and talking more about himself or his experience more than, maybe he has to talk about others, or he has to ask others for their experiences. It's more like, it seems like at the end, he takes over the conversation and he talks about himself. And maybe people are like, yeah, we heard that history of yours before. Why don't you let the others talk? So I could be like this, very like silly moments or misunderstandings. It's not something like drastic, but I feel like there also has to be, maybe it's him turning 40 this year, that there has to be a sort of like realization from his part, maybe also, him emotionally understanding and just sit with your feelings a bit. There's something about him, he was repressed, or he was, he was, not allowed to express himself for so long, or to tell his side of the story, or to tell his truth, or to, to talk and communicate even with others. He was so restricted by this that I think that his throat chakra is still a bit affected, that maybe it feels like, he talks prematurely, or he talks too fast, or he says things that people are like, why are you saying this right now? And it could lead to maybe him saying a lot, maybe him talking too much, or him expressing himself a lot, or him being a bit harsh with his words. But it's because he had been restricted for so long that, yes, his throat chakra is affected. There's going to be moments where he's like, you feel like he's vomiting his truth to you, or he's like, trauma bonding. He's like, wow, and you're like, wow, this is not that kind of show. Like, can we talk about this later? But it's because it has been tough, and it's part of his experience, And also, he's a very influential man. So it's his time to talk about what he wants to talk. So if you don't like it, you don't watch it. But he, with the Emperor, he is a man of power now. He is a man that he is seated in his throne. He has built his empire. So he has all the right to rant about what he wants to rant about. So, yeah, but I think that the throat chakra it talks about him slowly, regulating himself about what he says. Like there's certain things that maybe people don't need to know about your story. It's like, I think that to talk or to get it out of his chest, it would be best or more beneficial for him to do it in a more private setting, to do therapy, to talk to, I wouldn't even say to talk to friends, because in this industry, you don't know who is your real friend. And also, he's someone that he holds a lot of power. So I wouldn't be opening up to another colleague, because now he's friends with everyone. But back then, they were all gone. So, um, I think that he should, find healing through words, because definitely his throat chakra needs it. But maybe, in a more private setting, just not when the cameras are on, and if he has to give a speech or if he has to talk, maybe he has a show, or, just organize and structure very well what you're going to say, and don't go out of that script. Because I think that people don't want to hear it, honestly. Like, and I think that he feels very disappointed inside, with that realization. Like, oh, really? People don't want to hear my story, like, or it seems like people don't want to hear about it anymore. Or it seems like for people it's not important, but for me it was important. Yeah, but times have changed. Yeah, we have the world card, the ace of swords. So it's about like, let's move on, let's change subject, let's talk about something else, let's adapt, let's bring new ideas, let's adapt to what is trending right now, let's make things more fun, let's move on, let's close the chapter and let's move on with what is popular. And also, the Five of Cups in the middle, he definitely has a lot of regrets. Maybe there's something about him being like, I want to say this because I didn't have the chance to say this back then, or to do this back then. But honestly, I think that people just don't want to hear it. People are not that empathic towards him. And especially now that they see him, that he is like this famous person, that he, not famous, but it seems like he is like the leader, or he is like the boss, and people are like, yeah, you're a millionaire, we don't care about your story. But he is still, I think that this year it's about him understanding that, okay, maybe, yeah, the time has passed, I shouldn't go back to that, because honestly, people don't care. People are very shallow like this. Maybe the fans do care, but the people in the industry are very shallow. They're like, yeah, this that you're saying doesn't sell. So, let's better change it. So he's like, oh, wow, there's something about him emotionally being taken back. And be like, oh, wow, okay, I guess, Um, but yeah, the Three of Pentacles and the Emperor. Is he? I know that he released a group. I know he has groups, but is he thinking about releasing another group? Because I see it here. He's launching another group, I guess. I don't see him collaborating with someone. I think that he's the one that puts the money or the support, but he's going to be very much focused on this. And it's going to be very nice. Actually, I do like it because I think that there's something, the emperor is a very masculine figure, so there's something about, probably he will do better with does he have, like, the other group? Is it a girl group, the one that he has, the one that I read for a group for him? That girl, was it a girl group, right? And if this is a boy group, I think that he will work better with these people, because there's something about him, he's very strict. The reality is that he's very strict. He also has a lot of experience. The emperor is not just like a random boss. He is the industry. He has, his experience is his own authority. So he's the one that he's very much empowered to be like, I can tell you this about success or about, what works and what doesn't work. And I think that probably, he manages like masculine energy as he can, like it can be understood better. He can be more successful. He can work better with boys, with men, because he doesn't have to hold back. There's something about like, things are like this. I want the best. Or I get along better with the boys, like, or the guys understand me better, or like, and also probably scheme empathizing, that like, okay, I don't know, the boys know, or the guys know about my history, or how, or my story when I was their age, or how, my popularity or my, involvement. He is a very rigid leader, but he's also very experienced. I think that he has a lot of experience. He has a lot of tips, a lot of power that, this group is going to benefit a lot from that. I think that it's going to do great. It's going to do great. It's going to do great. It's going to do better than a girl group. I don't know why. Also, I feel the same about Lee Soo-man, honestly. Lee Soo-man, and I know he has his girl group and everything, but I think that honestly, these are the type of people that, that it's like, you better debut a boy group. Don't, because there's something about them and the way they work that it doesn't go well with women energy. I don't know why, but yeah. But yeah, just work on your throat chakra. Don't talk too much. Don't spill the tea yet. Just be. There's something about Kim Jaejoong that it feels very like Aquarius. Like, it's like, not everyone is your friend. This is what I want to say. I know that he's so like expansive and he's like, yeah, let's bring everyone together. It's like, no, you have to be selfish sometimes. Not everyone is your friend. Just be selfish. Yes, exactly. That's what I felt. I think that the boy group will be fantastic. He even putting everything into them. Oh, you're back, totally. Did you go for the walk? I can see you like pushing the. Is the animal okay? I don't know if you see that there's like a fly in here, but yeah, a fly or a moth, I don't know. Look at my hair. This is the points of my hair that I try to cover, but I don't know. This is the ends of my hair. Well, it's summer, guys, and it's annoyingly hot. I washed my hair yesterday. It's looking crazy because of the sun, the water. I don't know what is it. It's looking crazy. I tried to dry it. I tried to, arrange it to be looking pretty. It wasn't working. So I was like, okay, I'm going to tidy it up. Let's see. Thank you. Thank you, Yashoda. Okay. I'm going to continue with, I'm going to continue with A-Team Maki. A-Team Maki. Is it Maki or Naki? I think there is an M. Oh, I cannot understand my own writing. I believe it's Maki. 18. 18 Maki. 2026. What is going on with these Aquarius idols being all sad? All sad. Maki. Okay. Intense, intense. Okay, we start with the Hierophant. We have the Devil. We have the Five of Cups in the middle, the Queen of Cups, and we have the Ace of Pentacles. And then, from the Oracle, he got the card of Fear. Fear. So what's he so afraid about? What he's so afraid of? That's what I want to say. He's afraid of the company, definitely. I was like, oh, yeah, I can kind of see where this is going. What company is he part of? We have the Hierophant, we have the Hierophant and the Devil. So, not a good combination. I can kind of see why it feels so scary. They don't let him do anything. They have a hold on him very strongly. Not a lot of freedom, not a lot of movement, a lot of rigidness, a lot of entitlement, also oh, you owe us, we gave you this, I don't know, it feels very very authoritarian, very well. It's a company, I'm not but I wonder why he feels so anxious about this. Is he afraid to mess up? Is he afraid to not be good enough, to not be at what they want of him? He feels very anxious about them. I don't know if it's because he wants to satisfy them, or he wants to prove them that I'm actually a good choice, you done well when you chosen me. But he feels he fears the company a lot. There's something about him not being able to move, actually just being paralyzed. Maybe when he has meetings with them, he feels very frightened. He feels oh my God, I didn't achieve this that I had to achieve this month. I don't know. But also, the Devil, it's also a contract. So there could be a contract or something that they signed, or that he signed, that he doesn't have freedom for anything. So there's something just very scary about this. This is your fate now. So you are stuck here. So this is how things are going to go. And I feel like maybe for someone like him, we are talking about an Aquarius idol, and I don't know about his life experiences, but maybe he feels a bit overwhelmed by the level of control that these people have of him. And it feels like this year, it feels like he is going to regret a lot his decisions. We have the Five of Cups. So there's something about him looking like this. Did he have the possibility to work under another company or with other people? Because there's something about him being I should have chosen the other way. I should have chosen the other company or the other people. I don't know. Or other industry. I have no idea. but it feels heavy for him. He feels a bit like like I'm not. But well, if he's young, it sort of makes sense that he, that everything is new for him, and it feels like there's a lot of rules, there's not room for him to say no. He feels restricted, he feels, like, okay, I cannot do anything. They owe me, but they owe me basically, they possess me basically. I cannot escape. And maybe, there's a part of him that he wants to escape, or he wants to do whatever, or he wants to be a child of his age, and he just cannot. So it feels a bit like, I'm having all these fears about, like, okay, you know, um, but there's light, at the end of the tunnel. We have the Queen of Cups and we have the Ace of Pentacles. So there's like a new lady coming. Like, this could be like someone that is going to work with them. It could be like a collaboration, but it could also be another CEO or a mentor or someone that is, thank God, is going to come to sort of, remove these dark clouds, these dark days. And it's also going to bring success with her. So this could be someone that maybe is going to maybe work or produce something for them, or she's going to be associated with them, and she's going to finally, bring him the possibility to shine, or bring him the possibility to, have a success with the group, because probably he worries about the success of the group. He's like, we are not, there's a lot of expectation on us, but I don't see the progress. I don't see that. I don't feel confident. I don't feel like I'm making it, and they keep pushing it, and they keep like sort of like, brainwashing them, like, you have to do better, or you have to do this, or you have to, and he's like, but I cannot. How do you want me to achieve this if I cannot even move, or I cannot, I cannot get creative because you don't let me. You don't let me. Like, everything that I do is managed by you guys. So with what room do I grow? You know, it's like this. It's like when you have this overbearing mother, father, that is like trying to control every move that you do, and they want you to be perfect, but you're like, if you don't give me room to to move, to make connection, to talk to others, to, gain more experiences, like, why, like, um but yeah, there's fears of him. He does have fears. He does, sometimes maybe, you know um um maybe there's something about him just feeling like, like, I fear for my career. Like, what am I doing here? There's moments where, because also there's something about a lot of control. There's a lot of control. And I think that this is not about their career being controlled, or what they're going to release being controlled. It's also about their image. Probably, they're not allowed to talk to people, or it just, it feels like very like a cult. but let's wait for that lady that is going to bring them maybe material, or comeback, or I don't know, a poor man. The lady CEO, yes. Okay. Okay, I'm going to continue with the last one. Is it is it JO1? Chachalino is the, because the other day I was writing it down for a TikTok and I was like, it's not J01. It's like JO1, right? It's a no. It's not a zero. It's a no. JO1. JO1, because I always read it like a zero. But then I was writing it down and I was like, that's not a zero. Oh, I'm so blind. I'm sorry. Okay, for Junki. This is nice. This is the one that has like the flower, the one that I showed you before, the flower of life. It says confirmation. So yeah, we start with the wheel of fortune for him. We have the Fool. We have the Five of Swords in the middle. We have the Hermit, and we have the Knight of Pentacles. And then we have the card of confirmation. So what is his role in the group? Because I think that he is definitely in 2026, he's sort of like fighting and this is very odd for an Aquarius person, but he's like fighting the instability maybe in his life or in the group. I think that he comes from this energy that is like, well, let's go with the flow, let's start again. Let's see where this new year brings us. Or, this is like a new year, new us, new opportunity, let's just travel. Let's just see what's up. Let's be spontaneous. Let's just, have no expectation. Let's just move and advance and whatever. And let's just, flow and just being all open-minded. Let's be open-minded about our future and let's see what's up, and I see just him very upset at this sort of mentality. He, with the Five of Swords in the middle, he's like, what are you talking about? It's not about like, let's just make it happen. Let's see, let's go with the flow. This is our career. This is my life. I cannot go with the flow all the time. There's something about him being like, I cannot be this spontaneous because probably this hasn't been working. There's something about him actually needing a structure. He needs to rely on something or someone. And it feels like his whole career maybe is managed by very unstable people. And he's like, yeah, years prior this, I went alone, or I went with the flow of why you guys wanted me to go. And I was like, yeah, I was also open-minded and I was also, adventurous. And I think that now he's like, this year, there's something is going to happen to him that he's like, this year is the confirmation that we cannot just YOLO for life. We have to have a structure. Or at least he feels like he personally needs a structure. I think that with the Five of Swords, there's something about him maybe having issues with how people have been living their lives, the decisions that they have been making, how this is affecting the flow of the group or the reputation of the group. So he's like, I'm done. I'm angry. I'm annoyed, and I have to let you know that I'm annoyed at how you guys have been behaving. It's very embarrassing. This is not good. This is not looking good for me. And I'm very nervous about this. And I feel like he probably is like, he cannot contain it anymore. He's like, I have to call you out. I have to tell you this. Like, this is not how I want my life to be. This is not, I think that he's like, I understood certain things, maybe, through the years, I was like, yeah, because maybe he's very young himself. So he's like, yeah, I kind of understand that, there's moments where, we have this image and we go with the flow and maybe he's like very free spirit himself. But I think that there's something about him being like, at the same time, he has a sort of like he has now he has become like sort of allergic to not having a purpose or not having, a finish line, and not having a purpose or being like, okay, this is my goal, this is the end goal. He's like, I'm tired of being like this. I'm trying to be wandering around and just like, seeing everyone just going over here and there. And I think that he's like so disappointed. He's angry definitely about this. And I think that he needs, there's something about him maturing probably, with the Hermit and the Knight of Pentacles. There's something about him, maybe, taking a break, or I don't think that it's a hiatus, but he's like, after I set certain boundaries, I'm going to, analyze my life or work on myself or reflect more, because I need answers, because I want to go on a different path. I want to go towards a more stable role, or he wants to maybe get his life, more organized, or he wants to get more his money, his finances, his career, his schedule. He wants like a more routinary, kind of consistent, kind of, advances in this year. So this is why he's like, I need to focus on myself, or I need to, get out of this energy of like, yeah, we will do whatever and it will work out at the end. There's something about them being, very, hopeful or positive, even a bit like toxic positivity, I would say, like, well, life will prevail. And he's like, no, it will not. Like things hasn't been going very well. I'm very annoyed. So there's something about him being like, I want to choose a different path for myself, a path where I feel like I have to be consistent. Maybe it's him studying something, or maybe it's him. I think that it has to do with him, polishing, or investing in a talent or a business that he already possesses. So if you guys know, if he is like, is he, um, does he write his own songs, or is he an actor, or does he, work for another kind of industry? Because I think that this is where he's going. He's like, I'm going to reflect on me and my possibilities, and yeah, I'm going to be consistent about this, because he needs routine. He's like, I cannot go another year just, wandering. I need to have a structure. I need to have a purpose. I need to have a routine. So it could be, him studying, or him, putting his talents elsewhere, where he feels like somehow like it's a whole challenge for him to stay consistent and to stay in line. I don't think that you will see the result right away. I think that this is just like the beginning of his journey, but it's not something unknown. It's something that he's known for, or it's something that he had already been working on from time to time. So it's not like, oh, this is like the beginning stages. No, this is more like the continuation of his efforts. But yeah, it took him a while. I think that it took him to go through a lot of challenges, a lot of chaos, a lot of chaotic energy. Like, where are we going? What are we doing with this? That he's like, no more. I'm done with you guys and the drama and like all this and this. And it's like, we are floating in the air. This is why I'm like, this is a very different kind of Aquarius, because he somehow is like, he has an issue with, just being spontaneous. He's like, I have been spontaneous for a very long time and it got me nowhere. So now I want to be more like, more hardworking. I want to be more consistent. I want to have a purpose. I want to have, a line, a path to go, and I want to take it slowly. So if this is a project, or this is something of his, it's going to take a while. It's not going to be like, oh, now guys, I have the solution. This is the outcome. No, probably not. But you're going to see, he probably is going to share his own journey, I would say. I don't see a breakup. And if he's part of the group, I don't see like, a separation or that. No, but he's just like, there's something about his lifestyle that so far he's like, well, I went with it, but now this year no more, because there has been a lot of chaotic situation. Probably, I don't know if he had an argument with someone, or if someone like somehow affected his career or affected his money or his finances or his image, but he's angry at someone and or at the situation. He's like, no, this has taught me something. I need consistency. This is why we have the card of confirmation. Whatever he has gone through, or whatever happened, that thing or that event or that situation has been like a confirmation of like, I have to change path. I cannot continue living like this. But he's angry. Okay, guys. I have done our readings, but yeah, we can rant, and maybe, if there's another topic or something that comes up, we can do this. But I want to get my mate, so can you give me like 2 minutes, 3 minutes? I'm going to, mute the mic, and I'm going to get my mate ready, and I will be back. I'm back. So which groups you sing currently? I don't know if you have been asking. Still an citizen, trying to survive. But I'm loving. My favorite actually is Longshot so far, like the new group, the J Park group. I'm loving them. I hope that they do great. I hope that they stay protected. Oh, because they're so young, and that industry is so. Oh, but well. Vanessa falling in love with new groups or in Scorpio idols. Not Scorpio idols. Maybe I had been selecting or choosing a bit of Scorpio actors more than I had collected. Not a few, but I think that I had collected one from last year. Um, but yeah, no, not. I don't know. Everything is so different now in K-pop that I don't know. I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel. Mm, yeah, I'm sure they will always find something to, you know, to become. It's been a while. I think I lost my interest in boys. Just that, when it comes to my favorite, mostly my favorite idols are from SM, and unfortunately, some of them are in the military, but others, I was very excited for EXO comeback. Um, I I love EXO as a whole. I think that they are amazing. Uh, but my favorite parts are Baekhyun and Chen's vocals. So seeing a comeback without their vocals um, is like a bit bittersweet. But the comeback was cool. Definitely. You know, I think that this is why I love SM Group so much because we have NCT that they lack. There's members missing. With EXO, there's also other members missing, but they are so professional and they are so talented that they can pull it off. When it comes to EXO, Suho's voice and Dio's voice, like the vocals of theirs, it's like they are so amazing. They do great at covering the others parts. I think that it's not about like if they can do it or not. It's just that I want the whole group together, because in this case we cannot say no because they're in the military, this is why. No, it's about this sort of legal battle that I mean SM is so greedy, it's not going to change. It's not going to change. It's like everything is cool, as long as you are a part of them. And if you are not a part of them, you are not good. And I like, also assuming, I like, Chen is my bias. I love Chen's and Baekhyun's, solo work. Especially Baekhyun is amazing as a soloist, I believe. but it's not the same. Like it's like I enjoy it, but I kind of want to see you in EXO again. Like give me just one song, one, two songs, and I will be happy. Then you can go back to do whatever you wanted to do. Um, you cannot see me? Am I gone? I love Dio's voice, but for some parts I can hear Vecchio supposed to be part in the song. Yes, I like give me those riches. Like give me the Trinity. I need Chen, Dio, and Baekhyun. I need them in there. If you cannot give me that, if you cannot give me that perfect earn science kind of Trinity that you promised me from the beginning of EXO, like I don't want it. Like give me Baekhyun, Dio, and Chen's part. Oh wow, I was like 1 minute late. I was like, oh, if I'm here. When you saw if I was gone, I was like, oh my god, like is this still is the again is the internet connection interrupted? I was going to freak out. But I have to change this in my phone. Why is this translating it to Spanish? I have the comments being translated in Spanish. I don't know. I didn't set it up. It done it, I think that randomly, or maybe I touched something and I don't know. It's been translated to Spanish. Actually, in here that I'm watching with the other phone, I can see the right in English comments. But in here, it's being translated to Spanish. Why? Like, all of a sudden, YouTube YouTube app decided that I'm not good in understanding English, so they are translating it for me. Yeah, it's English. Yeah, in my phone I see it. Thank God. I saw someone say EXO was 12 longer than they were. Ah, it's just bittersweet. I think that everything is so bittersweet. Like I haven't been like an citizen for so long, but you know, one thing that also if we talk about harmonies or if we talk about voices, for me in particular, I'm not an expert on NCT because I haven't been an citizen for that long. But I'm particularly NCT 127 is my favorite unit, and I'm so angry every time I go to listen to the old albums, and then there's this individual with the high notes, with the a strong presence in the songs, especially in particular parts of the song, important parts of the song, that I know that the guys can, maybe do again, or, I don't know if they're going to record this again, but, I'm thinking, I don't want to think about that individual, but I'm thinking about like how talented he was, like how his voice was amazing. And now, we have to erase him from our ears and memory because of his awful behavior as a person. Like there's certain things that I just cannot comprehend about that industry, but I don't know. I don't know. Mm, yes. Ah, okay. Well, honestly, I enjoyed Crown and didn't notice CBX absence that much, but listening to the whole album, I did. This is why I completely dropped 1 to 7. Most songs needed his vocals, and no matter how much Doyeon or Haechan would try, they can't cover the whole if they cut this person's voice out. Yeah. I hate him so much. Like, my God. And look, like I had a lot of groups to choose from, but with the boys the same. I know that the boys, I got attached emotionally to the boys because I did watch Road to Kingdom, and that's how I got to know the other groups as well. But yeah, the boys were amazing. And then everything that happened with the boys, even when I got into the boys, there was already a member that left, so it was like, okay, like I guess he's not there. But I didn't know him. I didn't consume content with him on it, so it's like, well, he's not. There's a lot of other members, but I don't know. I don't know if it's me that I'm choosing these sort of like groups that at some point they are going to go through these transformations, or this change in their formation, or this something is going to happen. I don't know. No, I haven't, Yashoda. Yeah, I think we really wouldn't want to know these people's lives and everything. I did them. Hey, Samara. 6 with Blake. Yeah, that's true. Yes. He was exposed, but who knows how many there are, this kind of thing. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, I'm going to listen to it then. That's something I've been wondering. Are you afraid when you read for idols to get bad vibes? I don't know, because if I think about head, not head, I'm sorry. If I think about that individual in particular, and I say Headchan because he's also a Gemini, but when I read for that person in Gemini season, he got all the more successful cards ever. Like there was something about him having it all. And even there was like a lot of success. Like when I read for him, actually the reading is out there in one of my live streams. It was like how he was going to get what he wanted. Like, so maybe this that happened, there could be a cynic part of him that he was like, well, at least I'm out. I didn't want this anymore. Because remember that he had this accident. He wasn't even active with the group. So, and I don't know about his enlistment. Is he in the military? Because I know that with all this sentence and everything, I don't know how they're going to do it. But the man literally was destroying his, not just his career, his whole life. And there's something about that I got a lot of positive cards. So I always wonder about that, like maybe there's a part of him that he's like, this is exactly how I wanted things to go. That it sounds creepy, if you look at it like this, but if you also notice what he has been doing, there could be also something just very odd about his behavior and his perception of what is a good year, a success. I think that the only time that, taking him as an example, I think that the only time that I got a bit closer to this, no, it wasn't like creepy energy, but it was like, I remember it was a series, and NCT 127, I believe it was like my first group that I chosen to do this reading for the members. And when I got to his, there was something about him just being extremely shy or awkward when it comes to him showing his interest for someone, or him being able to flirt or not. I don't know if you guys remember that reading, but I did that. And I think that out of all the members, he was the one that he was a bit cautious about, like, no, I wouldn't openly flirt. And there was something, that I also remember I said on that reading, that he was very cautious because there was something about him knowing that this created conflicts for other people. There was something about him being like, yeah, I know some people got in trouble for this, for flirting or something like this. So there was a part of him that he was like, I don't do that publicly because I know the consequences, or I know people who got caught. So he had always been intelligent and strategic in that sense, at least from what I remember reading about that romantic aspect. Um, yeah, the flirting series, yes. His energy fell off. Yeah, he was like, and I was trying to make sense of this, and I was like, well, maybe he's shy, maybe, he is, because being an idol doesn't necessarily mean that you are successful in relationships. Because I think that this is, some people have an issue with, you know, like, I think that when people are like, oh, you're such a great singer, dancer, performer, actor, whatever, this equals at you being successful in romance, or, and you can be awkward socially. Actually, a lot of performers are, when it comes to real life interactions, they do suffer because they don't know, how to function. Some of them are very naive because they don't know, the rules, because you have to get out there and just live normally in order for you to sometimes understand or not understand, what it is about romance, um, and when your life is about being performing and showing a side of yourself that is not who you really are, of course that it changes the way you view life and people. Mm. Actually, the ones that I not idols, I don't feel like, and this is not, to say like, oh, idols are better people or idols are angels, but the ones that I feel like I already feel like there's something that it can change completely or it can disappoint people is actors. Actually, when I read for actors, I already feel like a different, like, I'm not that nice as I show myself in camera. So I get it. The weird vibe, I get it more from actors than from idols. Actually, a lot of times that I read for certain people, I'm like, you're very different from what you show. This is why, when they ask me for this, oh, the co-star that is with this co-star and the other co-stars, I'm very selective about like who I'm going to choose, because sometimes I do get this vibe of like, this is work for me. I'm working. What feelings? And for Korean men in particular, there's this selfishness. This like, this is going to make me look good, and also the female actresses themselves, being very annoyed at, their energy feels very dissatisfied with how maybe the lack of possibilities that they have, or how things are very unfair when it comes to them. Mm. Yes. The readings for actors are so superficial and boring at times. They seem to act even in their personal life. Yes. Yeah, and also there's something about their energy just cutting completely. Except for the Chinese. When I read for Chinese actors, I was pleasantly surprised that, they're more loving and they are more like emotional about their involvement in the industry. But the Korean actors, I felt it, and even the Japanese actor, I felt them like, what do you expect? I'm an actor. And I'm like, okay, you're right. What am I reading about? The bad one. And he looks like an angel. He looks like a cinnamon roll. He is the typical Cancer man. This is why I know I'm at some point I'm probably going to end up with the Cancer man, because they just appear out of nowhere, and I can see them coming and all. But there's something about the Cancer men in particular that I seen is the way they smile, is the way they look like children. They look like they are very youthful. They are very like the men, they are very cute like that. It sort of melts your heart when they smile at you, when they act down in front of you, when they are playful. They have that, when they smile at you, they're like a child, their whole life lights up, but they also are very manipulative. So they get away with things, because they just are very cute like this, or they are very romantic like this, or they're very sentimental like this. They know how to get you. But when he smiles, there's something just very, I don't know how to explain it. Like, also there's something about like, I don't know, in my experience about, I was like the Cancer men that I met, that I didn't even dated them, but they were like very much like always in my space. They were always flirting with me, or they would always follow me around. There's something about the Cancer men energy. Cancer sun, I mean it. That I would always feel very sad for them at some point, And then when I would talk to my friends that they would date, Cancer men, they're like, no, they're not that nice. They are nice, or they are, they seem like sweet when they are like when they are seducing you or when they are trying to get your attention, but they are not like that all the time. Actually, they are very cold. But I always, I don't know what is it about Cancer men that they always are so pale. I don't know I don't know, maybe, I never met like a Cancer man, with brown skin or people of color of Cancer sun. So I don't know, but the ones I met, they would always be very pale, like white, kind of looking like a bit like, are you sick? Are you okay? Um, and they would always have like freckles, like it's just something just very, like their skin would be very translucent. I don't know why I'm saying this, like, but when they smile, this is something just that Kentaro has it. I was watching, we were talking the other day about Bridgerton season 4 that I read for these two people. The reading is in my channel. The actor that plays Benedict, we're talking about, like, with Fluffy, that he's a Cancer man. And it sort of makes sense because, like, there's something about his skin and the way he looks that he reminds me of people I met. Like, he's like, yeah, I had this sort of energy next to me. That smile, that like, and I was like, yeah, I remember this kind of man. And just very close, following me around, just dancing around me, because they don't even walk straight. It seems like they are dancing when they walk. This is a very water sign kind of man, that they seem to be floating. They don't walk. They are like this, walking, just very funny looking. But they are like very playful or very, at least when they were around me, like, um, and they are cute, they're cute. You're like, oh, but I never felt like that attraction, like, oh my god, this is so sexy. I always felt very sorry for them, like, why are you following me around? I don't find you attractive. Why are you following me around? Why are you like here? Like, get out of my space. Like, yeah, I don't find them attractive. I find them, like, I feel sorry, but I always bring on them. So I'm like, why are you doing this? There's no need. Why did you save yourself? Cinnamon roll on the outside, player on the inside. Coming to today's topic, I always get crushes on Aquarius guys. So I guess I have a type. Yeah, they are beautiful. I have a Cancer sister. She covers all the cancer I can stomach in my life. Yeah, you have, of course, the sub-cancer energy will attract you. I have so many, but I don't know a single person sounds like, oh my God, there's a fly that is like getting in my face. I tend to like Aries, Taurus, Libra man. Not the penguin, not the penguin walk. It's the penguin walk. Thank you. Thank you. This is the penguin walk. Why the hell do you date them if you don't find them attractive? That's exactly my mentality. If I don't find you attractive, I'm not going to date you. I don't want to sound like superficial, but I wouldn't date you. Those placements are the drama. I think the only famous cancer I can think of is Sam. That I like is Sun. Yeah, Sun is Sun. Because Sun, it's so cool. It's so cool. He's so composed. That he's like that icy water sign. So you're like, you're cool. I want to melt you. I want to get to know you. But probably he's a softie too. Probably he's a softie too. So, I wouldn't buy it like he's so tough. Northern Duke image. The other one that also, if you think about, especially the white man that in the movies, I'm talking, but the other one that also is a cancer man that it reminds me of the same pale looking kind of cancer energy is, what is this actor's name? He's the one, what was it, the movie plot? He was with, is it Emilia Clarke? The one of Game of Thrones? Emilia? Daenerys? She made a movie with him that it was a very sad movie. I think that he was in a wheelchair. The actor. Another Duke is crazy. What is that actor name? Was it Me Before You? The actor? The movie? Because I remember the name of the movie in Spanish. This is why I'm being, literal. Sam Claflin. Yeah, that actor, he also has that same pale looking, freckles. Like when he smiles, it's like he looks he looks blunt, but when he smiles, you see like the child, like childlike. Is very cancer-like, yes. Cancer Sun, Pisces Moon, just like that dude for him. Oh, I don't like that man. That's the one Cancer man celebrity actor slash actor that I don't like. I don't like that man, that Jacob actor, and he's everywhere. Like maybe that's the reason because he's everywhere, and he just doesn't do it for me. I don't understand why they like. Oh my god! Like that's a man child literally in there because he's like tall and huge, but he looks like a man child. Yeah, like very lost in life. Actually, I think that when it comes to Cancer men, because probably because they are cardinal signs. So every time I see a Cancer man, I don't buy like that childlike kind of characteristics. I'm always looking at how they resolve situations, and I know that they are very capable of being leaders or of um, taking charge. So I'm like, if you want to seduce me, take charge. I want to see what you can do. This is why I'm like, I don't buy with that. Oh, I'm a lover boy. I'm a sweet, romantic. I believe in love. Like, no, take charge. This is why in my case, I always let them roam around me because I'm like, you can dance all you want around me, just like that fly that I had a couple of minutes ago. But I will not act. Just let me, except if I have to set the boundary. But I don't buy that. Like they are so fragile, and just like, oh, I'm a lover boy, and I just go around, and no, I know you can be a boss. I know you can be authoritarian as well. So I'm waiting for them to take charge. I want to see. But I think that for initial, for like when they don't know you that well, they would prefer to act like soft and understanding and like, no, I'm super nice and I like to help others. I don't buy it. I'm so sick of Jacob Elordi. He's not even good. No, this is why I'm like, that's such a shallow man. I don't know, poor guy, but yeah, he's just 6 foot. Yes. Yes, the new Wuthering Heights adaptation, it looks dumb, like 50 Shades Bridgerton. Also, like with that Margot Robbie, can we stop with her? Like, can we stop? She's beautiful. I love her, but can we stop? Like, it's so boring. There's another beautiful actresses out there. Like, can we stop? She will always be Barbie for me. Always. And that's a huge compliment. She will always be Barbie for me, but don't give me, like tragic romance because I don't buy it. This type of guys turn my warning signs on. Like that man is that tall. Yeah, he's tall. He looks tall. For me, she will always be Harley Quinn. Yeah, that too. Yes, Harley Quinn. I like her, but she's miscast in that movie. Barbie is the perfect role. Harley Quinn too. She looks too modern for, yeah, period pieces. Actually, for Wuthering Heights, the first version that I saw, I know there was another older ones, but the one that I did watch was Tom Hardy's version. I believe I watched it on TV one time. It was like an European channel, maybe it was British, I don't know. But yeah, I watched it once, and I think that it was cool. Wuthering Heights, I didn't read the book. I know there's mandatory literature, I guess. I know people have read it. But I just, and Tom Hardy was also very popular back then, I guess. But it's just that Tom Hardy is always so short. Like for me, when he did all these superhero kind of movies, I was like, he's really tiny. And the more buff he looks, the smaller he looks, like his frame, but um I don't know. When I watched his version of the Heathcliff, was it the name of the character? He was so like, so twisted. Like I hated him. I was like, why people watch this kind of? Because he was so contradictory. He was so like a Libra man. I don't know, like so like I didn't find it attractive, like I was like, why are you tormenting that woman? And also she was tormenting him. I didn't like her character neither. Like I didn't like anyone in there. So why people are so like they love to suffer, I guess. Tom Hardy is fun. Mm. I love Tom Hardy because he's hard plus he's a softie with animals. Ah, yes. I personally don't like Tom Hardy because he looks like my ex. And I don't like him. I don't like to watch him. I mean, my ex was not like he didn't have the same eye color, neither the hair color. He was more on the brunette kind of side, but the features very similar, very similar. So that's why I don't like. I cannot watch Tom Hardy because he reminds me of my ex. So I cannot watch him. Honestly, Wuthering Heights characters are pretty unlikable, but it's the passion that is choosy. Actually, I like the other guy, the poor guy. I'm that basic actually, but I kind of liked more the what was the name of the character? You know that because Cassie did marry for convenience, I guess she did marry the other rich guy, the actor of The Walking Dead, the series. I like that actor. I was attracted to that actor. I was like, why don't you stay with him? I know that he's supposed to be like, not so interesting in comparison to the other one, not so sexy, not so desirable. But I was like, that one is cute as well. No, the Virgo guy. The Virgo guy. Yeah, he does look the same. Yeah. Probably because they're from the same sign. And also my ex had Venus and Mars in Libra. He wasn't a Libra moon. He was a Cancer moon, but he had Mercury, Venus, and Mars in Libra. So yeah, basically very much like Tom Hardy, very much. But it's his face. I just cannot. I cannot look at him because he's very similar. I swear, I wouldn't show you a picture, but he's very similar. Except my ex was taller, but he's like the brunette version of that man. And I think that in age, they were similar in age because my ex was 76 liner. And I think that Tom Hardy is 75. So they were around the same age, yes. Ah, 77. Ah, okay. So he's one. Ah, okay. So he's 1 year older. Okay. Younger, sorry. Andrew Lincoln, but I have zero memory of him. It's like I would always go for the second lead Virgo that no one wants. I would go for that one. Because I dated both Virgos, honestly. Virgo men, there's two kinds. You have the playboy kind of guy, the exciting one, the one that is more courageous, the one that is in your face, the one that is more sexual, even more fun. He's good at sports, he's popular, he's handsome, everything. His personality is very much in your face. When I was younger, I was like, yeah, that's my favorite kind of Virgo. But then when I dated them, I realized that, I got annoyed. I was like, you're very childish. You're not consistent. Like, it's like, yeah, everything is cool with us. But I think that I need, maybe I should go for the more boring, a bit more intellectual kind of Virgo. I shouldn't have chosen, and I seen it because my ex actually had a brother, a brother and a sister, and all of them with the mother were Virgos. So I could see the different sides of Virgo. His brother was more analytical and more quiet, and he was the wild one, the middle child. So he was like the one that would bring the cows to the family. But then I would be like, I would have chosen. I think that I had more peace and I was more comfortable, talking to the more like boring Virgo, like he would be more stable than the exciting one. Yeah, it was a crazy family. All of them picking on each other. Yeah. But I was, I must say, like I was very attracted to, my one of my, this Virgo ex of mine that looked like Tom Hardy in the face. Because he was in Aries rising, so he was tall, he was athletic, he was sexy, courageous, and he just would be very insistent with me, very like sweet, just a very courageous, loud man, and he would get my attention definitely. Because I get that, initially I think that when it comes to first impressions, I like the men that has like fire risings, I guess. Um, More because with my Taurus exes, they also have like Aries rising or Sagittarius rising, so they will always be the loud ones or the more talkative ones, or um, the one that will be taller in body frame, like more not skinny, just more like imponent, I guess, in physique. Um, and I would find them more attractive. Like definitely, like when it comes to if you would be like, what would you choose the quiet guy, and then the other one would and yeah, I will go with the other, with the the one that has like more in extrovert kind of personality. um and and also like men that are winners. I don't know, I like men that they do win, that they have this attitude. But then when in the when you think about everyday, um when you live with them, when you really get to know them, you realize that they are not that you see, obviously, that they are not that courageous, that they are not that winning, that they're not winning in life. Actually, it's all like a facade. That they are very childish, that they are too loud, they don't know when to hush. So it gets very uncomfortable easily. So this is why with years I learned that maybe I should go for the quiet one. So yes. Do you get attracted to men based on looks or based on energy? Both, both, both. Um, I don't know. I think that I'm very complex, nevertheless, with the years. And this I have been talking about this with my friends, because dating has been tough. So I had been talking with my female friends, and and we were reflecting about, at least for me nowadays, I find it really hard to really find someone that I personally find attractive. And this is not about me being like, oh, because I watch K dramas, or I read, I don't know, I don't read the, fantasy novels or anything, but maybe I consume, that now you have this ideal of men. This no, I don't think that is that. I just think that there's a lot of men out there that are very basic. At least the ones that I encountered, like they have a lot of issues. They have ex-wife. They have a whole life of, maybe they have problems. They have unfinished business, and still they have a very messy life. And still they take the liberty to act like they are more valuable than actually they are. At least in my country, the men of my country, they are very, they're very outspoken, very, you know confident, I would say. But sometimes they talk too much, they it's like pure blah 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 blah, but when it comes to action they are very inconsistent. So I think that I try my best to, talk to someone or to engage, in a conversation to see where it leads us. But internally, I'm like, I don't really like that person. I don't even like them, And also, I think that, especially me, I'm, if you guys are in your 20s, please, date, date your dream guy or girl, make the most of that time, because of course when you are in your 40s, the possibilities are very limited. And of course that I'm not going to go and find myself a Brad Pitt, not that Brad Pitt is not my ideal man, but I'm saying, like, I'm not going to go and find like my ideal man, looking youthful and just beautiful, because I'm 40. So I have to adapt to, the dating pool that I, in the range of ages, because I wouldn't date a man in their 20s. And this is not, I had a lot of younger men come to me and trying, to get me on a date. But I feel very awkward with them, because I'm like, you are very young to me, like even 30, it feels like they're very young to me. So I would date younger guys, but not that young. I never dated younger guys, actually, even when I was younger. So I don't think that I'm going to start now, but I mean, it's just when you date people with cancer placements, it's not about age. They're always childish anyway. So it's like, even if they were older than me with their cancer placements, they would act like children. So me with my heavy Capricorn energy being the adult between the two of us. Yeah, 35 up. Yeah. Do it for the experience. Yes. For me, is first visual impression is a good hygiene, visually attractive. Then it's the first 5 words out of his mouth. Yeah, I'm the same. And this is probably because I have Venus and Mars in the first house. But for me, communication is key. If you don't know how to express yourself, if you're not really good at expressing yourself, get out of my way. Because I like men that express themselves. I like men that they talk about how they feel and what they want. And, and even if we have to, get into certain differences of like, oh, my mindset is this. What is your mindset? What are your beliefs? But I want my partner to be someone that I can talk to. If I cannot talk to my partner, if I have to be quiet or they are quiet, I'm like, no. If you cannot talk to me, you are not for me. So yeah, you can go and watch me from afar. Don't come near me if you don't have your ideas in check, if you are not ready to open up. Again, this is another reason why I don't attract Scorpio men, because they usually do all the staring and the analyzation in the corner, and they never approach me. And let's leave them in the corner, because I'm not like, oh my God, no. This is why I think that I attract mostly, fire risings, because I want the men to present themselves in my life. I mean, like, hello, this is me, who are you? And I like that energy, I like that spontaneity. I don't want to be like, oh my God, like, look, there he is. No. It really depends on the guy, honestly, when it comes to age and maturity. If the guy is a few years younger, he could be more mature enough. Yeah. Younger guys can be even very mature too, depending on how they live their lives. Yes, exactly, Yashoda. It's true that over here they're very spoiled also, the men. I don't know if it's like a Latin American thing or it's like a Hispanic thing. It's like, I know that there's different cultures that it happens the same. The guys are, the spoiled babies of the family. So yes. Yeah, I feel you. I can't with the brooding stoic type. It's just boring. Yeah, dating someone younger is a stigma placed on women. I don't know. I think that life. I don't know. I think that love surprises us all. Um, I guess. I guess. Like I never thought about age. Um, but in my case, I've always had this like, okay, how old are you? And I would say my age, and people would be like, oh, are you really that age? Yes. I know you look younger. Even if I'm really serious, I'm a very serious person. Like if I don't know you, I'm very serious. But I don't know. People see me like I'm younger, which I'm like, thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. Which is crazy because men rarely have issues dating younger women. My boyfriend is 4 years younger. It's not much, but I wouldn't have guessed he was younger at first. I like it. 4 years of difference is really good. We see it more and more in Europe as well. Spoiled and only looking for a new mother to be taken care of. Yeah, I don't want to be their mother. But I can kind of see it because I'm bossy. I'm a bossy person. But yeah, it's because I'm an only child. In my house, my rules, because I'm an only child. Even if I had my grandma and my mother, that they were like the ones in control, but I've always had this sort of like presence in my house. So I was like, I'm the next one in throne in here. I'm the future owner. So I have this sort of entitlement in the intimacy of my house. So I don't ask permission. I'm very secure in my I habitate my spaces, especially when I'm like, I earned my right to be here. So yeah. But Chachalino, when you said about the placement of this actress of Bridgerton, the one that plays Sophie, um, you said she was a Capricorn sun with the moon in Virgo, and I was thinking about this. Like, is she like some kind like is like an opposite expression of your energy, because you have that energy. It's just that you have it like in reverse. But I don't know why I was like, oh, it could be very very your energy. Actually, it makes sense that she has a moon in Virgo, because she looks very like flawless, like perfect, perfect. She looks like perfect. When I saw that a scene of her, wearing in the ball, was it the masquerade ball? Um, her with that sort of like silver dress, and she looked like princess. And if you see her, she doesn't have that like a lot of elements, like accessories. It's just her, just very soft, delicate kind of beauty, that I was like, yeah, it makes sense. I was like, okay, she must be a Virgo. The actress of Bridgerton since season 1, season 4. Sorry. Her name is Jerin Ha. Jerin Na, it would be. Jerin Ha. Fluffy was telling me that she was a Cancer, Capricorn Sun, Moon in Virgo, and I was thinking like, oh, it could match Fluffy's energy. It's just that it's the other way around, but it's sort of very similar. Mm. Yeah, it was you, Fluffy. Yes. Yeah, it was Fluffy. We were talking on Discord. She could be Fluffy's twin, yes. And actually, I think that her having a moon in Virgo is what softens a bit the Capricorn energy. Because like I said, we Capricorn women, at least, what I noticed, we Capricorn women are not that like, especially when it comes to, fake, because there's a lot of, focus on her face and on her, features, and she's very soft. Like there's something that screams perfection, and it's not a filler, and it's not Botox. There's something besides her being Korean, of course. But there's a simplicity that even Virgin like. This is why I'm like, it makes sense that she has Virgo moon, because there's something about her simplicity. The brown tones also that she wears, when she's in this costume of being a servant, it looks beautiful on her. Like it looks, I think that is so well done. She was very well casted. I mean, I haven't read the books, so I don't know if it's fitting or if it's okay, but I think that she played that role really well. Like usually I don't like Bridgerton seasons. Like I try to watch. The only one that I like kinda was season 2. But I've had a hard time finishing it. Honestly, like there's a lot of characters and there's like a lot of people that about these like the rumors. The one that is it Whistledown, the one that creates this sort of like diary. I don't mind. I don't care. Mm. Yeah, and I was like, that's also one thing that I was happy about, because since I didn't finish or follow, the whole Bridgerton kind of series, I was like, okay, if I start season 4, am I going to miss something? And no, actually, like it's because it's basically, it looks like the Cinderella kind of story. So it's not like, oh my god, this does it happen, is so complex. But I was able to watch it, and I'm like, okay, even if I don't understand or I don't know where certain characters like okay, what happened before this, what I like is the main couple. So I'm like mostly focused on what they're doing, not the others. I don't really relate to her that much, though I felt closer on to Kate's character for some reason, but I have only seen one episode of this one. So okay. Well, yeah, you're stuck. If you just watch the first episode, you're just stuck. Yes. Listen, all you gotta watch is Queen Charlotte. I'm going to watch Queen Charlotte, yes. I'm going to watch it, yes. That's the one that I'm still have to watch, and people have been saying that it's really good. So I'm going to watch Queen Charlotte. Oh yeah. Oh, am I going to cry? Oh. this is the thing that personally I had with season 2. I like the couple, like the chemistry, everything. But this is the vibe that I got. In season 2, why is everyone so angry? Sort of like, it's not like enemies to lovers, but why, I remember watching the first episode, how they met, and it was all like, oh, you are on my way, oh, you're, and I was like, I don't know, it's not my kind of style of, flirting. Like, I don't know, I'm not that, like, strong on enemies to lovers. Like, I'm like, for me, it's like, why are you so angry? Like, and then you are like, oh, but I kind of like you. And I'm like, I don't know. I found them like this. I was like, yeah, you're cute together. But then I'm like, oh, because they were too, like, oh, like, they were a lot, like, I don't know, maybe it's my style that I don't find that kind of romantic. Like, if you are like this, like all the time bickering with me, I just don't find it cute. Like, I don't, I'm not like, oh my god, I hope they fall in love with me. Like, I cannot wait to argue with you. Like, it's exhausting for me in my water placements. Like, I just like, can you treat me right? Like, just, like, but well, maybe because I'm not used to, having that experiences, like, romantically. So I don't understand the kind of like, oh, you this, and then we end up together. I'm like, no. If you raise your voice at me once, you're out. Like, for me, I don't tolerate that. So it's really hard for me to be like, that's a cute interaction. Like, I kind of like him that he called me names. Like, he didn't call her names, but there was something just, and she also was very like rigid and like, no, I don't like it. It's not for me. It's not for me. I don't know. Maybe for others, it's like, oh, this is sexy. So far, I'm more interested in the mother's romance with Lady Danbury's brother. Yes, when they grab hands, I love that. My oldest son, who is 30, was listening to this A chat, and I'm on speaker. He asked how old this one is. So I said 40. He said, ask her today. Oh my. To make it harder when they make out. Ah. Hmm. Yeah, that's the part that I don't get. See, Fluffy, that's the part that I don't get. Is the reason why they're angry. What I didn't like was they were hunting though. Yeah, it's yeah, yeah. Is the reason why they're angry because there's like a lot of like, desire, a smash, like, yeah, the anger is like the, yeah, I understand. Yes, yes, yeah, I understand that that's also like, is popular, I guess. Like, I don't know. For me, you talk to me funny once, and I'm like, I don't find you attractive. Like, I don't know. I think that for me, I can understand if a man has like a strong personality and he is like, with everyone, he's like, rah, rah, rah. Okay, then I get it. But when it comes to me, you have to slow down a bit. You have to talk to me nicely. You have to slow down. You have to, you can be following me, chasing me, everything, but you have to talk to me with respect. Like, calm down. Calm down. for me, that's why I'm like, but I don't blame it just on him. I think that her also had this, you know maybe it's repression, maybe it's like, does he want me, does he not want me, of course there's conflict because it's part of the drama that is there's conflict. But as I'm watching this, I'm like, yeah, the kissing part, the kiss, the longing kiss, I don't know. I guess I'm a softie, maybe this is why, because I enjoyed more like Benedict's and Sophie's story so far, because it's like a slow burning, longing, kind of more um, romance, not so much of like, oh, you're like, mm, no, 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 no. But didn't you say you like being a bit mean to men, but not like this? That you like being a bit mean with your men? Yes, but I like being mean to them, but on private settings. Yes, private settings. Yes, maybe through messages also. Yeah, just between you and I. But being mean, not probably withholding affection. Those things. I can be like that, yes. But there's a base. There's something about the men that date me or that they are in a relationship with me, that they have a very strong personality slash opinions slash you know self. But when it comes to me, they know what boundary not to cross, and I know mine as well. I can be a bit, here and there, um, and I can receive it as well. Except that, why are you angry with me? Like, I don't know. It's like the slow down. No, you know, no. But for the show, it was cute. I think that for the show, these two characters, from what I remember, because it's been a while, maybe I have to rewatch it. Maybe I must rewatch season 2. I can kinda also understand from the character of Anthony's, because he was like the head of the family. He had a lot of responsibilities, also, his mother having a lot of like, expectations on him, and him being also like the responsible one of the family, and having his mother being like, are you getting married? And like the mother is also very annoying. So very controlling. So I can kind of see that he probably has this, like, I don't want women to tie me down, but at the same time I'm looking for love. But at the same time, there seems to be like on the character a lot of weight on his shoulders, and maybe there's something about him not knowing, him becoming controlling himself, because he doesn't have control over his decisions, because he has a lot of things to take in. If he felt very Capricorn, like also the character of Anthony. I know that also I must say the actor is beautiful as well. I think that out of all, of course, this man was chosen the sexiest man. So I agree, the actor is beautiful. He is my favorite, honestly. I would watch anything that he's in, because he's amazing. Uh, but there was a lot of like, it felt like a relationship between Aries and Capricorn, very like clashing all the time. And I was like, oh, guys, when do you rest? But Yeah, I mean, it's a typical story trope too. To create, yeah, that friction and keep the viewer in real life is a bit different. Yeah, what is your reaction when you're upset or angry with your boyfriend? Probably silent treatment. I know that I got it from my mom. It's awful. You don't do that. You don't give the silent treatment to people. But just because I know that if I open my mouth, probably I'm going to say something very hurtful if I react right away or if I say what I want to say. So I prefer to not talk to them. So I ignore them all day until I breathe. I breathe. So yes. What I don't like with Benedict and Sophie is how he falls for her the moment he sees her, when otherwise he sleeps around. That's too emotionally unrealistic for me. Yeah, I also got that vibe, Fluffy. I don't understand how he went from having a threesome and kissing another man. I know he's fluent, he's bisexual, and just very, his character is like, very much like exploring, and he's like, very open in his sexuality and everything. But I just didn't understand, like, how do you go from that experience to just being standing in this sort of a scene, and you look at her and you're like, oh, that's the love of my life. That also felt very unrealistic for me. It was really hard for me, even when they had the time to be on their own, to be by themselves, when he was teaching her how to dance. I I didn't feel it like, oh, okay, this is a connection, or this is an interaction, initial interaction, or a conversation that would get me like in my feelings, like I found the one. I felt it a bit forced. I think that they should have done this in two parts, like um, in two encounters. I think that part was very Cinderella like, oh my God, you have to go, and I was like, so what? Like, no, there were a lot of parts that is like, well, maybe in the book they explain it more, why he finds her so, because I understand then his sort of, attraction to when he meets her, when he doesn't know that she is the one from the mask ball, when he meets her as the servant, in those interactions I can kind of understand, but in that initial scene I was like, wow, like you just went from this because someone that has, of course, that these are like sexual experiences, it's not like he's falling in love, but I think that he went through these not exotic, but he went through these like very instinctual kind of experiences, then coming back to teaching someone how to dance. And I don't know. I just felt it like, yeah, it was giving me fairy tale, like those kind of stories that you're like, well, if you say that he's in love or that he cannot forget her because this is so important. She looks pretty, like when you say, well, the she looked pretty. Then I must say. But didn't we talk about the dynamic before? For some people, relationships need to be a fight or they don't feel it. Ah, yes. Yes. I know people that they have relationships like this. Yes. Maybe he was on, yeah, maybe he was. He had a sort of how do you say, hallucinatory kind of. I mean, if the actor has a moon in Pisces, it can be anything. It can be anything. He was high, yes. Character grows so fast. It felt like a whiplash. Honestly, except for season 2, I don't watch. Okay. Yes. I'm going to rewatch season 2 because honestly, I don't remember that much. So I was just ranting about these characters. I hope that no fan is watching this because they're like, what do you mean that you don't like it? I just remember a few scenes and I was like, whoa, okay, you guys. I'm going to rewatch it, and I'm going to watch Queen Charlotte. Like, you just know there's nothing that will depress you in it. Yes, me too. I didn't want to watch it actually because every time I tried, I didn't finish it. I got bored. But since there's this that I watch a lot of K dramas, a lot of so seeing this main lead, being Asian, I believe she's Australian Korean descendant. I don't know if she was born in Australia, but she looks Korean. So I was like, oh my God. Like, and didn't you think that sort of like it had the K drama sort of like element? Didn't you feel like if someone of you watch it, season 4, didn't you feel like it had like the K drama treatment? I think that we need the product placement and we will be okay. Season 4 has its fair amount of cringe for the main romance, though. Queen Charlotte is much more mature in tone. For me, Bridgerton is like eating a cake. It's not the greatest show, not the greatest characters, not historically accurate, but it's pure fun and pretty. Actually, the one that I do love and I did like because of the plot, and I don't know if it's accurate. I believe it is, but is was it the White Queen and the White Princess? I know that the first one, the first season is Rebecca Ferguson, I think is the name of the actress. That plot is if someone wants to start watching, I loved it, especially because there were some magical elements in this, and also a lot of women conspiracy. Women trying to get to the thrones by their manipulation and everything. I think that's more fitting, and a lot of treason and everything. It's just that with the White Queen, um, I did watch it different times. I did watch it. I think I watched it like twice or even a third time. But it's amazing. It's amazing. If you love those kind of, like royal history kind of, I did enjoy it very much. The acting was great. The thing is that the episode 1, the pilot, I guess it is, the episode 1 is so low quality. I remember I did watch that. I don't know if I did watch it on 2017 or something like this. It was a long time ago. And I was about to drop it because the pilot, the first episode, was so low quality that I was like, oh my God, this is so, for example, I remember before that I did watch like The Tudors. And that The Tudors was like a great cast, everything everything was so fancy and it was amazing. So, watching the White Queen, like I was like, oh my God, this is such a low quality kind of, like, even the way they were behaving or shooting the scenes, it was very low quality. I was like, what am I watching? It felt like someone was recording this, very just very poorly. I was this close to not giving it a chance because even the plot of the pilot was very questionable. For me, the first encounters that she has with the I'm going to leave it without this because I'm going to go soon, anyways. But can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys? Okay. um I was like this close. I was like, oh, I don't like this. Like, why people say that this is good? I was so annoyed at the first episode, but thank God I didn't give up. Thank God I didn't give up because it was what a great show. What a great show. Like, and I did watch like The White Princess as well. That is like the second part. Um I wanted to. I don't know if they were going to do like there was like the Red Queen as well. That's another book, but I think that they didn't make it. The other queens I didn't like. The Spanish Queen. There's another. I think there's another also. But then the other ones I didn't like. I just like the White Queen and the White Princess was okay. It's just that. It's just that Rebecca Ferguson and her mother, like the actress that played her mother, they were the ones. They were the ones that stole the show. But what a great, like, if you ever want to see like something about the royal members and the monarchy and somehow having this sort of battle for power and the female, oh, what a great show! What a great show! For me, it suffered in comparison with Game of Thrones. It aired at the same time. Which one? Yeah, Tudors was great. I did love Tudors. I love Penelope's sisters and mothers. Have you seen HBO Rome? No. Yes, The White Queen. I never finished it, but there were so many good historical dramas in the 2010s. Yes. No, The White Queen for me, it was like, back then when I found it, I didn't watch it on TV. I found it online. I was watching a very questionable source, and I did watch it. I did found it from there, so I was like, okay, I'm going to give it a chance. Just because I like the cover. I like the cover of the poster of the and then I was like, wow, I love this because there were so many like strong female characters in there. And I can really see people, like I can really see women, trying to assert their dominion or their place, trying their place in the royals or the monarchy, and having tragic endings also. But it was so well done. It was so well done, and also the part of the men manipulating also, and using women against the other, and like, oh, you have to have, an heir, and you have to have another heir, and you have to have more children, and like the pressure that there was on women back then. But what a great show! What a great show! The Game of Thrones actor was sitting in a restaurant when I was there, and I didn't know who he was. I find what is it? House of the Dragon? Boring and depressing. Not and characters not as clever and colorful as God. Yeah, God. A game. I couldn't watch that neither. God 7. God 7. Game of Thrones is a once in a lifetime experience. No one can top that. No one. Like the amount of like mouse wrapping moments. Like I was like, like, and that's so great that they did that for us. I tried, I watched a few moments of A Night of the Seven Kingdom. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not. I don't know if it's because I'm in this period where everyone reviews series, everyone reviews, and everyone makes a TikTok. Oh, I feel like this about this. I feel like this about the other series. I feel like this about that. It sort of. This is what I was saying with the White Queen. The White Queen. I found it on the internet, and I just went with it. And I think that I found um, a treasure. I found a really good series that no one told me about. No one mentioned this. Um, and I have friends that they are they love movies, and they love we share the same taste in genres and everything, but they don't consume that much like European kind of, so I would always go to those kind of um not Hollywood like, more like, oh, I will go and see, from the European side if I can watch something different. And I remember when I watched that, I was like, oh my God, like the beauty, the beauty. Remember back then I also was watching um, this great also um um thrillers or crimes shows like The Killing, The Falling, and for me, I know that now I'm talking to people from different parts of the world, and people are like, yeah, we know that series, or there's people reviewing that they're like, yeah, I remember this series, but I remember when I found it on my own, and I had to struggle to find episode 3 with subtitles. Because they didn't have like Spanish subtitles, so I would be very lucky if I would find English subtitles. So I think that that's the beauty. I remember when I also found Penny Dreadful. I found Penny Dreadful. No one was talking about Penny Dreadful. Um, and for me, it was like the greatest, the most beautiful, scary kind of, series. And this is why I'm always grateful to knowing knowing another language, even if I'm not perfect, trying to using it to find, you know art, or to find not content. It's more like, yeah, series or movies that is not like the typical that you see promoted everywhere, and I think that the same thing happened initially before the pandemic with Korean cinema and series. When I found them also, I was like, oh, excited, because oh my God, they're so great. Look at these thrillers. I love thrillers. Oh, look at this. Oh, this K drama is cute. But now, since Netflix is in the middle of all of this, I don't find them attractive anymore. I'm still, God or Game of Thrones. It was like an event. It was like I never seen something like this. And I also would have to find, because I didn't have HBO, so I would have to find it online. But that was the beauty of this. And now that everything is so simple and everyone knows the ending and everyone is like, I'm like, I don't find, I feel like it's not the same when I used to, when when no one would spoil things for me and I wouldn't spoil things for others. I don't know. Watch Rome is one of the best historical. Ah, okay. I have to finish the White Kim. I drop it after the first. No, you cannot stay with the first episode, Fluffy. The first episode is the worst. You have to continue. Have to continue the White Queen. I think that it. No, you're. The first episode is the worst episode of all. There's a lot of There's a lot of conspiracy after a lot of episodes. So you're just starting. The first episode was the worst. Like I remember when I rewatch it, I was like, why is the first episode so bad? Why is it so bad? And I had an issue also with the character. The Is it Philip, the name of the king? Was it Philip? Henry? I don't know. The blonde guy, the heir to the throne. Um, no, but you know who? And this is me. The Fluffy, do you remember the brothers? Yeah, the quality in shows. Yeah, if you like the Happy Valley. Oh wait, I think that I watched Happy Valley. I think that someone told me about it. I think that it started Happy Valley. The quality in shows has gone a lot in the past year. I used to be hardcore serious. Yeah. Wait, guys. Mm-hmm. Yes. Bleach is OG. Jeremy Irons, yes, his son, yes. The brothers was played by Juan Georgia and the other dude. Well, I became a fan of. Actually, I liked the brother, the one that played Richard the third, and I know that he looked very creepy and funny, not the most handsome like, but that man was my type. I was like looking at him and I was like, there's something about you that I like. I don't know what is it. But out of all the brothers, like the king or the other, and the other one of the middle, the child, the middle child, the envious brother, the middle child, very conflictive. I didn't like him. Well, his character was made to be awful. But the younger, the one that made Richard the Third, I was looking at him and I was like, the hair, it's like, oh my, like not so good. But the eyes, I was like, and he was so like slow moving, quiet, mysterious. And I was like, you are my type. I will go for you. Definitely. Definitely. I swear I was waiting for his character to develop. Of course, I'm not going to spoil it. But I was like, "You're so cute." I don't know, like I don't know the actor, but I became like I was watching it and I was like, "You are cute. You should be the king. I will make you a king." Yes, I don't know his name. Wait, but you must watch the White Queen, Yashoda. Is like the plot is so good. The plot is so good. Max Irons. Max Irons. No wonder he was so annoying to me. He's a Libra. I think I hated him from episode one. I just didn't like his vibe. I was like, oh my god, this is so like. I felt so bad for her because she was so in love with him, and I was like, are you sure? Are you sure you're going to sacrifice for that man? But on those times, anyone could be awful. So, and they would cut your head. So I think he's handsome, but yeah, I can see why, considering he's Richard III, he's going to have a lot of character development. Usually. Yeah, I should. Ah, that's why. I didn't know he was a Taurus. I didn't know. I just knew that there was something about him that I was like, you are my favorite brother, and you're not doing anything. And I was like, but he was so gentle. This is the thing, going back to, that I was mentioning Bridgerton season two. This is the thing for me. I think that I need the men to be tactful with me, or I need the men to be. I don't want you to be submissive. I don't want you to be like, oh, no, 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 wait, don't get upset and following me around. I don't want that. But I find attractive when the man is observant, and it's like, giving me space to be myself, and at the same time, there's like this silent understanding of like, yeah, I see you, um, this is what you are, and I respect you. I'm not imposing myself on you, even if I am powerful, because I love powerful men. Like I don't like the typical, like, do you like the underdog, or the one that struggles, or the one that has to hide to survive? No, I like men that win. But I think that when it comes to love, I'm not a race. You cannot, even if you see me like, oh my God, I'm sure she would love a challenge. Or I'm sure that if I talk back to her, or if I said this and I confront her, she's going to find me cute. I might find you cute. I might, be like, wow, you're so brave, that you present yourself like this, in front of me. But you have to regulate yourself, because I also have a strong temper. So, and I don't argue. In that, I came out a bit like my mom. Like, I don't argue, but what I say is going to impact the relationship. So don't test me, because my no is a no. And if I get uncomfortable, and if I don't like something that you say or done, there's no going back. So, you know you have to know how to navigate the things, But yeah, imposing yourself to me is not going to give you something. So there has to be certain, maybe rules, certain, like, etiquette, I would say. Quiet risk. I like the quiet risk. Yes. Yeah, I like the quiet risk. Yes. Yeah. I prefer that. Like, I prefer that. Like, and And I also this is why I understand that I can see someone, behave in a certain way when it comes to their public persona, and then, if they have to rule or if they have to command certain situations, and if they have to show themselves, being like, okay, I'm the boss here, or I'm the person that knows this, I am the one that knows, you are this with these people. I understand. And even, if they have to give me certain directions or a feedback to me and be like, no, you have to do this, like, this is not correct, you have to fix this, I'm not going to get offended, because you are talking to me from a point of like, okay, we are working maybe. So I understand, that there's different. But when it comes to you, you wanting to impress me, or you wanting to do this with me, that for me is like a dancing, for me flirting or starting something, it's like, okay, let's do it, I'm not shy, I'm not going to back away from what you're saying. Okay, if I like you, I'm going if I like you, I'm going to, participate. But in the same time, it's like, I don't watch it, because I'm very unpredictable, in the sense that I don't like someone to be submissive, nor someone that is like, oh, I'm the protagonist, like, I got you, I know you, you fall for me, and so I got your whole attention. I can be falling for you, but if I feel like you're disrespecting me in some kind of, I have zero tolerance to disrespect. um and maybe it's because I'm very spoiled. I attribute this to the way my dad raised me, that he would, my dad also has like a strong character, he has a short temper, he's not, very tolerant himself. But when he would talk to my mom, he would calm himself down, so I think that is about that, about like, please, like, I understand you can be frustrated, you can be angry, but talk to me with respect. And in the it depends on how you talk to me is how I'm going to respond to you. So let's do this. Mm. Okay, guys, this was lovely. I'm going to watch these recommendations that you guys gave me. It was so fun, like always. Thank God the internet didn't fail me today. I'm going to go because I have to cook. I have to cook for my cats, but this has been fun. Thank you to everyone that joined. And let's hope that this is my permanent place to stream, because I have the router over here. So, but it does what it wants. So I don't know. But today was a very successful day. I didn't have that interruptions. But yeah, like I always tell you guys, I think that I'm going to do this, that I'm going to start the readings, like, I'm going to probably like say hello to everyone the first 10-20 minutes, and then I'm going to start the readings, and then we're going to continue with the ranting or the conversation, because I think that probably is that sometimes, I don't know, I do rant a lot initially, and maybe I waste those precious moments that I can do the readings, that, there's people that are more interested in the readings and not, are ranting. But yeah, I also love to talk to you guys. So yes, I'll see you on Wednesday. Yeah, let's see what romantic readings we can do. For the intimate fantasies, I believe I said that I was going to do it on Valentine's Day. I don't know what day it is, but yeah, let's see. Wednesday. Let's see how we go. And probably the other Sunday is going to be part two if I didn't cover any Aquarius people. I think that we are good with Aquarius so far, but there's always new people. Is it Saturday? Wait. Ah, okay. So I will have to do it on Sunday then, the Sunday the 15th. I see. If I have free time, on Saturday, I will do it on Saturday, like at 2 p.m., like my time. Let's see how it goes. Okay, guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on Wednesday. Yeah, let's see what comes out. If I have any, a specific, idea or something that comes from for Wednesday, or I will let you know on the community post, or I will talk about it on the Discord. Have a lovely Sunday. Bye.